Hi, thanks for being here. My name is Andy Norton, and this is another playthrough of the One Ring Roleplaying Game. It's a solo playthrough, although instead of using the Strider mode, I am playing actually a full company of 4 heroes. So I'm really not using any special rules for these playthroughs. I'm just playing it solo. I'm playing as both the lore master and as 4 different heroes. I'm using some of the same tools that are recommended for solo, like the lore tables and the telling table, but I'm not using any of the other solo adjustments from the Strider mode or from the Moria solo mode. So it's been a really, really fun time. This is the 3rd episode as we are working through Tales from the Lonelands. And I'll do a very, very brief recap, just because, whether you've seen those episodes or not, I think it's helpful for all of us if we sort of recap briefly what has happened. And then let's just jump into it. Let's make this one happen. So, the one last thing before we get started, check this out. I just picked up another set of dice, the black dice, and I think they look so awesome. They're so fun. So I'm really, really excited about using those. And yeah, I think they'll have even a practical purpose because when I roll on the lore tables, for example, if I want to roll for 2 different things at the same time, I can just roll both and then sort of, prioritize the blacks and then do the whites, that sort of thing. So I'm really, really excited about those. Really thankful to have another set of dice. So, all right, here we are. So I'm going to start with sort of a part 0, just a brief recap as we talk about where we are at as a company. So we are in the last homely house. We are here in Rivendell in the house of Elrond. In a brief recap of what happened last episode, I'm just gonna fly through these things. We met with Gandalf. That was really, really fun at the Prancing Pony. We traveled to Lond Dare. So he sent us all the way down to Lond Dare over here. And he said that there was an adventure, that he thought there was an adventure waiting for us there. Outside of Lond Dare, we fought wolves. In Lond Dare, we met with the queen, and we heard about this vision from a seer where Amlaith had been seen, and his name was known, and there was this vision of him, this vision of this island of the Mother. And so we began a journey to the island of the Mother to unravel the mystery of the seer's vision of Amlaith. And there were many, many adventures along the way as we traveled all the way up the coast and across the sea to the island of the Mother. Many adventures, so much happened, including Lôrwend saving Reginard's 3rd cousin Falmir. So quick introduction there. Lôrwend is a elf woman who is, she's a great archer. She's actually gotten really much better at combat really quickly. And her kind of key quirk is that she has no desire to go into the west. Then Reginard, his key quirk is that he is super inquisitive. He only drinks tea, and he's actually a good fighter himself, and has a desire to protect the Shire. Lôrwend saved Reginard's cousin Falmir, who is a corsair knight for Lond Dare, which is really just a unique character. He came along with us. So she saved him when he almost got flung off the ship. Frerin, who is a dwarf, and his key quirk is that he has no desire for gold. Instead, he is very compassionate towards living things, toward growing things, toward little things. And he did a ton of things. He rode the great beast of the sea, the Festiticalan. That was crazy. I thought that was a really cool moment when he rode it on its back. And he could have died there, truly. I don't know what I would have done if he failed that test. I think he might have just gone away. So that was epic that he rode the great beast and lived to tell the tale. Reginard sang a beautiful song that moved Lôrwend's heart, having to do with elves going into the west. That was I thought it was a cool moment because Reginard was singing in the idea of the story. It was a slightly adjusted version of Poor Wayfaring Stranger, but in the context of the story, we were saying that Bilbo wrote it in the perspective of the elves, and Reginard sang it as we were passing the Grey Havens, and Lôrwend was actually moved by that. Lôrwend was also carried off by vampire bats, that we were attacked by, and she almost died. That was crazy. I was stressed out. Lôrwend also ended up fighting off these dreadful spirits as we were approaching through this unnatural storm. We were approaching the island of the mother, and she was the only one to fight through her fear and take the helm of the ship and hold it off of the rocks and prevent shipwreck. Super cool moment. We met with the Lasoth. They were kind of boring, but that's fine. We met with the Lasoth. We explored an old fortress, which was cool. We encountered the mother, who is this ghostly figure. I'm still trying to figure out who she is. I think she might be the mother of Turin, or but she is that, but she's also like an archetypal figure of like the mother of everyone, which is really interesting. The mother, and she sort of challenged us to why are you here on this journey? Why are you on a heroic journey? You should stop, like turn back now. But we all made the choice of deciding we're each going to continue on our heroic journey. We entered the haunted wood there. We found Elwing, who was the daughter of the famed sailor who sailed us there. She was near death and clinging to life. We drew the sword Estelang from this hollow, and it was Amlaith, who is again the one who had the vision, and a vision of his ancestor who actually went there. He had a personal vision of her when he arrived at the pinnacle of the island. He drew that sword Estelang, and we were attacked by all these woodwights who were trying to destroy us and stop us from taking away the sword, which was like a bane sword against undead and evil men. We fought off that horde of woodwights, including using Gandalf's fireworks that he'd given to us. We returned the Lasoth to their home. We returned ourselves to Lôrwend. We saw again the Queen, Gandalf. We saw Gandalf there. We saw the Seer again. And then we were asked, or we were sort of offered by Gandalf, you should bring Elwing to Rivendell, both because Elwing needs the healing help of the elves at Rivendell, but also we've been having these visions of this hill of fear, which is sort of mysterious. We don't know. The visions are sort of leading us towards this is something where evil is coming from the Hill of Fear. We may need to face some evil there and destroy it. We really don't know a lot yet about this Hill of Fear, but we and like everyone we know is beginning to have visions and nightmares and dreams of this Hill of Fear. And Gandalf said he doesn't know where it is, but that Elrond may have that information and may have information about it, and maybe keeping that he's never told it to anyone. And so he said we could ask Elrond for more information about the whereabouts of the Hill of Fear. So we brought Elwing to Rivendell, and then the things kind of ended there as we spent our fellowship phase in Rivendell. So that's the update, that's the recap, that's everything to this point. And just to share what happened with the fellowship, like after delivering Elwing to the healing hands of Rivendell, we spent our fellowship there, and we were waiting for an audience with the Lord Elrond. And so I wanted to start off sort of the play of this episode, describing what did each of the party members do with their time? Like how did we spend our time in Rivendell? So I was thinking I could roll on the lore tables and maybe roll for focus twice, and then each character could choose one and use that as a bit of a sort of a story jolt to think like what does this word have to do with how they spent their weeks here in Rivendell. So let's just start off with Amlaith. So we're gonna grab the Moria book, and we're gonna flip to the very back where we have the lore tables, and we're gonna roll twice. So using my double set of dice, I'm just gonna roll. Use the 2 and the 4. What we do there is we look at the feat die 2, success die 4 with the focus, doubt, and 4-3. 4-3 ill fortune. I'm going to stick with doubt. So I'm going to say that while Amlaith was in Rivendell, some of his time spent there was wrestling with self-doubt. He's continuing to have some dreams about the Hill of Fear. They've taken on a different tone while they're in Rivendell, but he still has these doubts. From last episode, when he first heard about this, how he was in the vision of the seer, he really didn't like that because he's a people person. He loves being with the fellowship. He loves being part of a company. He loves the groove and the adventure that they've gotten into. He didn't really want to be called into something special and just for himself. And so he has sort of a doubt still. Like he's stepped into this role, but he's still feeling like, I don't want to be taken away from the company. I don't want this to cause a rift or for me to step into sort of be apart from them or above them. And so he's wrestling a little bit with that doubt. I'm imagining that he's having some thoughtful conversations with some of the elves there, and they're helping him work through that doubt. So that's something he's been doing. Additionally, I had written down, he's been studying with Glorfindel to learn the ways of his new sword. So that was part of, I think, what the fellowship undertaking was to learn the ways of his sword. And what we did with him actually was, I think we basically traded out his old sword, and he just has his new sword, Estelang, which is a really powerful sword. So I'm really excited for him to continue to wield that. By the way, during the fellowship phase, he also got the cultural virtue for the Rangers of the North, royalty revealed, which I thought was really cool from a thematic point, because it was sort of like his royal heritage and all that was revealed in a new way last episode. But it also gives him a really, really, really cool power that works great with him, where he can, once per combat, as a secondary action, he can do a rally when he's in open stance. So it doesn't count as his full action. His primary action is a secondary action, which is super cool. And everyone counts as inspired for the whole combat round after. So I think it's a really, really fun ability. All right, Lôrwend. That was Amlaith, how he spent his time in Rivendell. Lôrwend, let's see, 5-3 legend, 8-1 secret. Legend and secret. Well, I know I'd written down that Lôrwend has walked amidst the trees at twilight and mostly avoided people during the day. So again, one of her things is that she has no desire to go into the West, or she has had no desire to go into the West. Her heart has begun to open to that after her journey and some of the things that happened along the way. But she also is more convicted that something is binding her and holding her in Middle-earth. She has some part to play here. So I think that word secret really goes with that she's been pondering, what is the secret? Why is she held here and tethered here in a way that other elves are not? Why does she feel some purpose and some role that she still has to play? And for her cultural virtues, she actually picked up deadly archery, which is very similar to royalty revealed in that it also provides a secondary, it takes a combat task that would normally take up your whole action during combat instead of attacking. Now she can, I think, always do that as a secondary action. She can attempt to prepare shot before attacking, which I think is crazy. I think it's a really powerful ability. Now, Reginard. Let's pull up Reginard. Reginard the Hobbit. So 10-6 and 10-3. Magic and wound. Magic and wound. Well, I know I had written down that I imagine that while he's been in Rivendell, he's been poring over whatever maps and tomes of lore were allowed to him. And I would say maybe that magic idea of whenever he can, whenever he's been able, he has sort of snuck away glimpses at books of lore that have to do with magic, including the dark magics of enemies. Reginard's calling is Warden, And one of his distinctive features is shadow lore, a knowledge of shadow lore. And he's always curious and inquisitive and eager, maybe over eager, to learn about the shadow and how to defeat it and how does it work so that we can defeat it. So imagine that he's sort of stealing glimpses and glances whenever he can, and perhaps too much for his own good. And finally, Frerin the dwarf. We've got Gandalf rune 2 is going to be duty, and then 8-1 is going to be secret as well. Secret and duty. And the note I had written down for him is I imagine that he has been living in the gardens of Rivendell. He loves growing things, little things. He has a compassion towards them. And so he's been just absolutely, he's always been fascinated by the elves because they are neither passing, but they do care for things that are passing. And that's, he thinks that there's a secret to unlock there. Because with the dwarves, they've always been focused on stone and gold and jewels and things that do not fade, things that remain solidly sort of timeless, frozen in time. But Frerin has this love and care for creation, for all growing and living things. So he's been loving this time in the gardens of Rivendell. And we said it was secret and it was duty. And I think he's been reflecting on sort of the duty that he has to live out a different call as a dwarf. Again, he has no desire for gold, instead has this desire to foster living and growing things. And so he's reflecting on what is his duty there and how could it be possible for him to live out this calling? Because his calling is messenger. So he's been reflecting, he really doesn't know what the message is that he has to share. And so he's reflecting on what is his duty, what is his calling, and maybe he's beginning to understand something about that. He knows it has to do with cultivating, or thinks it has to do with cultivating and protecting living things. And one thing for his use of skill points, adventure points, is that he had saved up a bunch of adventure points and he increased his axes from 3 to 4. So he is deadly with an axe. I'm excited to see him in combat. All right, so that's how they've been spending their time in Rivendell. And so what I'm believing, I'm going to set this to the side because we don't necessarily need those lore tables so much anymore. But what I'm thinking is that once they're finally called, this is sort of where we left off, is that it was like, Elrond will see you now. Once they are called to the Council of Elrond, they enter this beautiful patio. There's stone and there's marble statues and there's growing vines and beautiful flowers. And it's just this idyllic, protected, clearly magically protected place. They enter in and they see Elrond, who is tall and stern and seems both young and ancient of days. And he greets them, welcome, and says something like that he hopes that their time in Rivendell has been peaceful. But he says to them that I'm sorry to have to tell you no. And the company's sort of shocked and waiting to see what he means by that. And maybe Amlaith says, no. And he says, I cannot share more with you about the Hill of Fear. And sort of all the party starts to maybe talk or to complain or to say but they want to, but then they just feel their tongues silent and held as if something some sort of trust in the wisdom of Elrond at this moment stops them from complaining as they want to. And he says, I feel in my heart of hearts that it's not time yet for you to know more about the hill. That to know and to strike now would be premature. And so I have to send you away. But I send you away with the promise that one day you will learn more. I will share more with you. at some future point, but it cannot be today. And so the party is disappointed by this and sort of crushed. They were expecting that they were going to learn where the Hill of Fear is. They could maybe start to make a plan of how we're going to get there. What are we going to do? How can we look into this darkness and this evil and defeat it as it is rising? But they're disappointed, but they are thankful for their time in Rivendell. And so they sort of look at each other and say, all right, please let us know as soon as you think it's wise to do so, and not a day later. And Elrond says, I promise, I will. And he sends them away graciously, and as they're leaving Rivendell finally, and sort of Frerin tearfully kissing all the different flowers and growing things before he leaves, and Reginard tearfully putting the books back away and looking at all the books that he didn't get a chance to look over, and all the maps that he wasn't allowed to look at, and Amlaith and Lôrwend sort of feeling heavier, this sense of, all right, well, what now? Back to adventuring? And they leave and they head home to Bree. So they return to Bree with the idea of meeting with Gandalf and looking for new adventures. And in fact, actually, before they leave, maybe one of them, Amlaith actually says to Elrond, what of Gandalf? Like, should we wait for a letter from him? Will he be in Bree? Would you know? And Elrond says something like, it's actually been several weeks since I've heard from Gandalf, and so I don't know. I don't know where he is or when he will return. I know that he said he needed to take care of some things, and that's all that I've heard. And it's been some time. So they head to Bree, not knowing when they're going to hear back from Gandalf about potentially new adventures. Now, on their arrival, as they're coming in, this is where we're going to pick up with the chapters here. So this is chapter 3. Chapter 3, here we go. Kings of Little Kingdoms. Look at that art. Isn't that awesome? I just love that. There's Gandalf. There's a young man we'll learn about. All right, beautiful. And as we are entering Bree and ready for a cold, hard pint or a warm tea at the Prancing Pony, we are accosted by a woman named Lucinda Willow, who comes at us with a broom, and we all step back as she comes in swinging. You're one of them adventurers, aren't ya? Well, what are you going to do about my ham fast, she says. And we're all shocked. But between her sobs and wax from the broom on us, she explains to us, my young Hamfast, he left home about 2 weeks ago, and he went off into the wild. I know he's gone in the direction of Dead Man's Dyke, which we would know is I think to the east. And she says, I heard that the old wizard Gandalf was hanging around Bree at the same time that he was talking to Hamfast. Clearly the wizard's bewitched my boy, or at least filled his head with all sorts of nonsense. And she shares with us that she heard. I heard that Gandalf told my Hamfast that there was treasure to be found up at the dike, and that they need a great warrior to help defend the expedition. But Ham's no hero. He's not the sort to go swinging swords or fighting trolls. He left the house without so much as a traveling cloak, the big idiot. Please, go get him back. And so she's telling us this. And I'm imagining that all of the party is sort of looking at each other and in bewilderment of what is going on here. Like, why did Gandalf get this young Hamfast to go with him? What treasure is he talking about? If he needs a great warrior, why didn't he send for the party and not take Hamfast under his wing? So we're all looking bewildered, and I'm imagining Frerin sort of takes the hands of Lucinda as well as he's able to as she's hitting them with her broom. And he says very compassionately, he says to her, "Oh, dear Mrs. Willow, we will find out what's wrong with your young Hamfast, or we'll return him to you. But you need to tell us more about this. This was Gandalf who took him on this journey." And Lucinda says, like, yes, it was certainly Gandalf. He had a big blue flappy hat, and he had a huge beard and massive eyebrows. You know Gandalf. He was wearing a silver scarf, and he was going around, and you know how he is. He is just strange and not like anyone else. And I'm imagining Lôrwend says, was he, what was he doing? Like, why was she like struggles to ask questions of this. The whole party is just bewildered by this, so we really don't know what to think about why Gandalf would do this. Also, they ask her, they say, like, Amlaith says, "You said huge eyebrows. How huge are we talking?" And she says, "Massive, Gandalf." And they all sort of look at each other. They're like, he's got, like, bristly eyebrows, or he's got prominent eyebrows, but not astounding eyebrows. And also they ask, you said his hat was blue? And Reginard says, "Yeah, you said blue. I heard you said it was a blue hat." And she says, "Yes, of course, his classic blue hat." And at this, the party starts to wonder, because they know he has a gray hat. He never wears a silver scarf, and again, his eyebrows are not these absolutely astounding works of just huge on his face. He's got big bristly eyebrows, but not the biggest thing you would write home about. And so they're beginning to wonder, like, is this really Gandalf? This doesn't really sound like him. It doesn't sound like what he would do. And so Reginard speaks up and says, "I think we need to ask more and find more details to find out if this is Gandalf, why is he doing this? And if it's not Gandalf, who could be doing this, and why are they doing this? And how much danger is Hamfast?" And the whole party agrees. So we begin to ask around and sort of look for rumors. And what I would say is, I'm going to ask the telling table. So with the telling table, what you do is you roll a fate die. First, you decide what sort of question you want to ask. You decide how likely it is, and then you roll a die, and that will determine whether it's a yes or a no. So before we look for rumors, I want to know, how certain is the party that this is not Gandalf? And is the party certain yet that this is not Gandalf? I'm going to say it's likely that they're certain. So that means on a 6 or greater, they are already certain on it. An I result. That is very interesting. So when you get an I result, it's not only a no, but it's a no with a twist, with a huge twist. So not only are they not certain on it, but I'm going to say that Amlaith is just buying into this sort of much more than everyone else. If you know Amlaith, he wants to believe the best in everyone. And so he's not quite gullible, but he's getting there. So he, I think, says something like, maybe Lôrwend says, like, "I really don't know if this is Gandalf." And Amlaith says something like, "She wouldn't tell a lie, and I trust her that she wouldn't be wrong in saying that it's Gandalf. And after all, if it's not Gandalf, like, who would do such a thing as to pretend to be Gandalf and to take a young boy, young Hamfast, take him into the wild and into danger? Like, why would someone do that? I don't believe that they would." And so, I mean, that sounds pretty gullible. That's just where his mind is tracking, at least. And so Frerin says, like, at least we need to get more details and learn more about this. So we start asking around the neighborhood, and I'm going to say, let's make a riddle roll to sort of see how much information we can glean from people. So I'm not sure who has the best, but I'm going to just grab, I think Reginard probably has the best riddle. So and he's sort of leading the charge on this. So with a riddle roll, we'll roll a fate die, because you always roll a fate die. And then he has 3 ranks in riddle. So we'll roll 3 dice with that. And he has a 15 in wits. And so he needs to roll all of these. And I think what I'd say is that at this current time, I was about to say maybe that the roll would be advantaged and we get another success die because the party is well known and trusted in Bree, but I don't know how well known we really are, how trusted we are. So in fact, maybe in particular we're not currently. So let's just roll a normal roll. We need a 15. And that'll do it. That is a 18. So on 18 with no special successes, he succeeds and we gain some information from people. So as we're asking around, let's see, we're asking in taverns and we're asking we learned that Gandalf was seen in several other places nearby. He's been in taverns, he's been seen on the road, and in the company of some rough-looking men. And of course, none of these are Gandalf's usual haunts. For example, we're in Bree, and Gandalf was not seen visiting the pony. Instead, he's been observed extorting free drinks at the bar of the Lamplighter Inn in Staddle. So someone shares with us, yeah, I saw him last week at the Lamplighter, and he was saying, I'm a well-known wizard and I deserve a free drink on the house. And he was getting drink after drink from the owner of the Lamplighter, and sort of threatening that if he didn't, he'd turn him into a toad. And it was a nasty sight to behold. But Gandalf is what they're saying. And they sort of look at each other like, yeah, we do know Gandalf. That can't be Gandalf. And so I'm thinking that the rest of the party is certain, but how certain is Amlaith? I'm going to say it's actually unlikely still that he's convinced. And it's going to take an 8 or more for him to be convinced. So we're going to say, is he convinced yet? Or is he still thinking, nah, I'm not sure about this? It's a 6. So yeah, he's not quite sure. He says, I see where you're coming from, and I see how these things are not adding up, but it's still too hard for me to think that someone really would have taken Hamfast away from his home in such a really, frankly, awful manner. It just seems like a terrible thing. Everyone's sort of nodding and being like, yes, it does sound like a terrible thing, and we need to go figure out what's going on here and solve this. And he says, yes, I do think we do need to figure this out, because if it's not Gandalf, that would be terrible. But I think we're gonna find Gandalf somewhere along this way. So that's where we are at. And so let's see. So now we've decided we need to figure this out. We need to figure this out quickly, because not only is Hamfast in danger, but it sounds like if this isn't Gandalf, then someone is giving him a bad name and a bad rap. And we're closely associated with Gandalf. So this isn't good for us. This is not going to be a good look for us. We need to start to solve this and figure out what's going on. So we attempt to go, or we pack up some victuals and get ready for what could be a trip. Dead Man's Dyke is a ways away to the east. It could be a few days away, and depending on where this journey takes us off road, it could be quite fatiguing. So let's see. That moves us on to part 2, following the trail. So following the trail, I don't really want to do a full normal journey. Instead, what I was thinking was that we would do, instead of doing a bunch of travel rolls and the normal journey events and skill rolls, I wanted to do a few hunting rolls. So we're told that of the place. We find out where Hamfast was last seen. We're told where this wizard Gandalf was last seen, and so we go to where they seem to have departed, and try to find out where if we can follow their trail. Sorry, I'm just gonna adjust this lamp real fast, see if it seems to be flashing a little bit. I hope it doesn't distract you as a viewer. All right, so we attempt to, that light is not working. We'll see if that light stops flashing. I hope you just don't even notice it. Maybe it's just perfect. It's just me and you have a perfect view of this. But anyways, we want to follow the trail of Gandalf and Hamfast to Dead Man's Dyke. So we need a successful hunting check to begin this sort of pseudo journey. So what I'm going to do is, for that, we need Amlaith, our master hunter. So Amlaith leads the company in hunting here, and he is going to be rolling 2 dice along with his fate die, and it's a favored skill, and so he's going to be rolling another fate die as well. And so we're going to be rolling, and I don't think he can use his hunting lures and bird whistles useful item for this roll. So he's just going to be rolling this. He's going to be rolling this to see if we can pick up the trail, how well can we pick up the trail, and as we begin to go east toward Dead Man's Dyke. All right, so he rolls a 14, and I think that's exactly what he needs is, no, sorry, it's not 14. He needs to pick his best dice. That is a 13, so it's not a 14. Fails the roll. So sad. So we fail the roll, which is going to have some consequences. So as we begin to go east, sorry, why did I lose my page here? Begin to go east and follow the trail. It's immediately difficult because it takes us away from the road into the lone lands. It's a curious route. The trail leads through thorny thickets and trudges through marshes full of biting flies. And what's stranger still is that the route no longer heads directly towards Dead Man's Dyke, but is actually following a long loop that arcs east, then south, until we find ourselves heading back toward the road. And along this path, it's just the path is extremely difficult to find for Amlaith. And so he's actually struggling, actually loses the path at some point. And so we're actually sort of in the middle of the thicket. He just loses it, and we are wondering what is going to happen here. And what I'm thinking is that we will make a roll for an encounter, and we're going to add like an unfortunate piece into this encounter and make sure that it's really something bad is going to happen here as we're sort of lost and getting stung by biting flies, or bitten by flies, I should say, and lost in the thickets and marshes east of Bree, trying to pick up this trail. So what I wanted to do was actually roll on the random encounter table for the east road, and then it's not going to really happen on the road. It's going to happen more related to this thicket. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull up the east road. Probably should have made a note of where this was, but it's right in here. Here we go. Encounters on the East Road, page 191. And we're going to roll a feat die and see what comes up. So as we are lost there, what happens next? 1, mournful stones. And the description here is that while traveling, a strange howling wind blows through the broken stones of a nearby ruin. It is unnaturally cold, and its melancholy takes hold in the character's bones. So what I'm imagining happening is that we spend basically all day trudging through these thickets, trying to pick up the trail. And eventually Frerin is just like, we need to stop. We need, because the sun is going down. He says, we need to stop. We need to just make camp and try again tomorrow to pick up the trail here. And Amlaith begrudgingly agrees and says, all right, we can do this. We got, you're right, Frerin. We need to stop and try again tomorrow. And we see off to a little bit to the south, these well, actually, as we begin to try and find sort of out of the thicket to the south, there seems like there's a little bit more open space. We're trying to find a place where we could camp, but quickly, actually, a strange howling wind begins to pick up and blow across the thicket and across the open area that we're entering into, where we were thinking there might be a place to camp that's better than the thickets. And it starts to blow, and it just brings this chill that is unnaturally cold for this time of year. And all of us are sort of shuddering and feeling cold. And Lôrwend says, we need to get off of this open area. And Reginard looks and sees a little bit to the southeast. He says, look, those stones, maybe those broken stones could provide us cover. And so we head towards there to the southeast, and there's these broken stones of this nearby ruin. And it's just, as we're sitting in there, they build a camp. We build a campfire. We try to huddle together, and we're away from the full broadside of this wind coming out of the north, but it's still sort of whistling through. It's the ruins are really not fully protecting us, and so we camp there the night in these ruins, but we sleep fitfully. We have more dreams of the Hill of Fear. And I think that we need to make a shadow test as a company to see if we take on another point of shadow from this sort of horrible, unnaturally cold night that we spend in these ruins. And so what I'm thinking is I don't want to have everyone have to make a shadow roll. It's not really super fun to have to do all the time. And so I'm thinking that just one, like Amlaith is going to make a roll for everyone. And so this is going to be just a shadow test. And so I'm thinking that he tries to give an inspiring speech to the company to sort of lift their spirits and encourage them on their way. And we're going to roll. It's going to be a feat die, and it's going to be 2 success dice because of his valor. Is a score of 2, and it's going against his heart. And we have fellowship points we could spend. Let's spend a fellowship point. We have 7 to spend because we spent part of our fellowship phase actually getting an extra fellowship point. And because Gandalf is our patron, we have a special way that we can spend fellowship points, which is to get a favored roll on a test like this. And lastly, Amlaith is going to spend a point of hope to get an extra die. So he's going to spend a point of hope to get an extra die. So he summons up his courage and digs into his supply of his spiritual supply of hope, and says to the company, take heart, stand fast, my friends. And he sort of takes on this different role. And the company sees for a moment that this is not just Amlaith, the open-hearted, who perhaps perhaps is a little simple at times and a little too trusting of people. Instead, this is the side of Amlaith who is a leader, who has a heart that is not just trusting, but truly wants to serve others and lead others and guide others and protect others. And so they see his heart here. And so we're going to roll these dice and see if he succeeds at warming their hearts. Whoops, just lost a die right off the table. All right, so I rolled a different die for it. So we're going to take the 5, not the 2. Oh my gosh, he gets a 10. He gets a 22 with 2 great successes, or just an extraordinary success. So in this moment, so I'm going to grab that die that fell. There it is. In this moment, the company sees not just Amlaith, the open-hearted, but Amlaith, the true-hearted, Amlaith, the protector, and they see his heart for them, and they just have this sense of he would do anything for them. He is so here and bought in for the company that it just warms the hearts of the whole company. And each of them is protected from the shadow and reduces that shadow point from 1 to 0 as this wind, this cold, unnaturally cold wind continues to blow through. I'm thinking of when I was a kid and we built a leaf hut, like a lean-to leaf hut, and we just did not do it well, and it was positioned improperly. And so all night long, the cold wind was blowing through our leaf hut. And I spent the coldest, most frozen night of my life camping in this leaf hut. And that's sort of what's going on physically outside of them in this moment. But internally, their hearts are warmed by Amlaith's words and his heart. And so they spend the night in peace. That was a cool moment there. In the morning, they begin to try and take up the trail again, and Amlaith is going to roll again for a hunting test. You could say 15 with a great success. So sure enough, in the morning, they're surprisingly bright and chipper despite the cold of the night. And Amlaith goes down, and everyone begins for a second to struggle to hope that they're actually going to pick up this trail again. And then suddenly Amlaith is digging around, and he says, "I've got it! I found it!" And he picks up the trail, and sure enough, they actually, because of this great success, not only does he succeed, but he succeeds almost immediately. And they're actually making great time picking back up the trail and going back into the thicket. And in the morning, the biting flies are not nearly as bad, and they continue along this loop to the east. And they pick back up on the road, and they're following the trail there. And we're gonna roll one more time on the encounters on the east road table and see what happens there. So what else happens as they are on the road? 8. Strange stars in high towers. So the description here is that as the sun fades, the player heroes see a cold light twinkling in the window of a broken tower near the horizon. The light seems to linger and follow them, dogging their steps from a distance before vanishing into the night. Wow. So I'm imagining all day we're following this track, making great time, and finally back on the road. But as the sun's fading, we see this window, this far off broken tower, and it's so unnaturally near the horizon that it's almost as if it's much further. Like we should not be able to see it at this point. But there's a light it's lingering there, but it also seems to be darkened at moments, as if it's covered over by some strange shadow as well. And so we're sort of just shook by this as we enter into the night. And it's only with Frerin playing his pipe and Lôrwend and Reginard actually sit down and they begin to sing a song together. I'm imagining that as we're sitting at camp and trying to get that image, that strange image of the tower out of our minds, that actually Lôrwend says to Reginard, do you know this song? And Reginard is just sort of perks up and says, no, I don't know this song. Like, teach it to me. And so then Lôrwend shares this elvish song with him and teaches him the words and how to sing it, and maybe even translates it into the common tongue for the party, and sings it in her beautiful singing voice, with her beautiful singing voice. And Reginard joins in, and Frerin plays on his sort of harmonica mouth organ, and they spend a night sort of smiling and gathering in fellowship together as they are on the road, and they drive out that vision of the strange stars in high towers. And so then they go on to the next day, and they need to make a final hunting test here to see how well their following of the trail goes on this last day of travel. So here we are, and I think we'll just roll this roll from Amlaith and see how it goes. All right, so he's going to use not the 7 but the 9, but he got 2 1s, and so he fails again. And so as we're traveling along the road, it begins the path, the track again peels off of the road a ways, and we lose the track just as we're coming upon near this farmstead. And so what happens here is that we come to a fold in the hills east of Weathertop, and ahead on a hilltop we see actually a fortified farmstead surrounded by a sturdy wall, and smoke rises from its chimney and also from the smoldering remains of one of the outhouses. Some misfortune has recently befallen the place, and we actually recognize that's the house of Farrell. The house of the Farrell. This is a farmer and his kin who live on the edge of the wild, and we know that Farrell has no great love of people. His sons bring their cart into the market at Archet every few months, but when they're there, they just scowl all the while as if meeting with anyone not of their family is a great imposition. And in years past, Farrell's father gave grudging shelter to passing rangers, but of late, Amlaith shares, of late, rangers are more likely to be told to stay off his land lest he set the dogs on them. But still, while he's rude and unpleasant, he's not an evil man. He may dislike his fellow men, but he's no friend of orcs. We know that much. And so we see his house. We see the trail is coming sort of by it, near it, but the trail peters out. We were beginning to already lose a track and struggle along our way. And then it just peters out entirely amid the scree that's fallen from the heights. And it would take an extraordinary hunting success for us to be able to find more of that trail and where it leads. And so we sort of stand there with our hands on our hips, looking at each other and wondering what to do. And especially as night is coming on, it's not yet fallen, but it's dark. Or sorry, it's not fully light. The darkness is coming, and so we sort of look at each other and decide, what should we do? Like, should we go and why don't we go and see the house of Farrell? Maybe Frerin suggests it. Like, let's go to the house, find out what's happened to his outhouse, if he needs any help, and perhaps they can help us with finding out anything more about where we need to be headed. And so the whole company agrees, somewhat reluctantly, even Frerin, who suggested it, just knowing how unpleasant Farrell and his family can be. So we head up towards his house. So we're moving on to the house of Farrell. So as we are approaching, it's not quite broad daylight, but it's not quite nighttime, but we are hailed by Farrell as we climb the path towards his house. "What do you want?" he demands, and we have to answer him. So I'm imagining Reginard, who maybe has even seen him before and tried to be friendly with him before in Bree, or seen some of his family, steps up and says, "Dear Farrell, we are traveling near your home. We're sorry to bother you, but we're traveling near your home because we're on the track of someone who may be up to no good, and we wanted to check in on you. We saw the outhouse on fire, burnt down, and wondered how you were doing, and if maybe you would know where we should be pointed, where we should be headed, since we're on the track of someone we don't quite know." And Farrell says, I can hardly hear you. Like, come on up. And he coughs loudly and spits. He says, "Come on in," and invites them into his compound, not into the house, but into the compound, into the wall, behind the walls, to talk to them out of the wind. "Come in out of the wind so I can hear your little voice." And so as we enter in, he shows us to a spot that's sheltered from the constant wailing wind by his high walls. And there are 2 old benches there and a fire pit. He sits on one bench, a sword across his lap. His 2 sons, Farrell the younger and Farrell. He says, "This is Farrell the younger, and this is Farrell." Stand behind him. And "This is my wife Arnalda, and these are my daughter-in-laws, Poppy and Tula." And there's a few servants that are watching. Servants and his wife and daughters are watching nervously from the house, and his dogs are prowling around, sniffing at the newcomers before lying down by the fire. And so Farrell, he's clearly looking suspicious. He's stern. He looks unwelcoming, even though he's invited us in. And so I'm imagining that Reginard has to make a courtesy check to see how well did his initial courtesy with Farrell set them up. So let's have Reginard do that. I don't remember if he's good at courtesy. We'll see. We're gonna say he's got 2 dice in that skill, and I'm imagining that as he comes in, he has an inspiration, and he just says, "Thank you so much for bringing us in out of the wind. So much easier to talk with you here. Thank you for opening up your home." He says that even though he didn't really open up his home, he's just let them inside of the walls. "Thank you for bringing us in." And he says, "You wouldn't by any chance have a kettle that I could use?" And Farrell the younger, I'm imagining, sort of scowls and looks over at the house and calls for his wife, "Poppy, bring us a kettle." It sort of rudely calls to her to bring us a kettle. And Reginard sort of regrets that he asked for it, but he can't be responsible for how Farrell the younger treats his wife. And he says, thank you so much. And he pulls out a tea tin, and he says, which is one of his useful items, and he says, can I brew you a cup of this delightful tea? And he sort of pops up boldly, which is sort of unusual for him. But he is, an eager hobbit, but he's not always so bold, especially with strange, unwelcoming looking people. But he pops up, and just knowing that we need to make a good impression on them, and he sort of holds the tea close to their noses. And at first they sort of recoil a little bit, shocked by him and not wanting to smell it. But the strong, wonderful scent of the tea fills their noses, and they're actually genuinely interested in having a cup of this tea. And they look at each other, and he says, get the kettle going, and I will brew us up. Bring a few mugs, and I'll brew us up some tea here. And so he gets them started with tea brewing, and he says to them, or maybe Frerin steps in and sort of laughs and says, I apologize for the forward manners of this young hobbit here, but he means no harm, and as you can tell, his tea is the very finest tea you can find east of the east of Hobbiton. So he steps in. He's going to make actually a support for Reginard's courtesy. So by doing that, he's spending a hope. And because Reginard is his fellowship focus, that's going to allow Reginard to get not 1, but 2 extra dice. So, as Reginard makes this roll for courtesy, he should have a dice, 2 dice because of his 2 skills, 1 more because of his tea tin, 2 more because of Frerin's support. However, they are unwelcoming, and so they want to not like us, and so this is a bit of a challenging, and there's a bit of a complication to this roll. So we're going to remove 1 dice. So we have a 1 dice penalty. So we're going to roll this, and he needs to get a 15, which is his heart skill. Here we are. All right. Hey, I think we got it. Yo, wow. Geez. 10. Got a 23. We're all good, and it's not just a success. It's an extraordinary success. So Reginard's sort of boldness, I think, really touches them, and they're genuinely loving. Like, something about the tea totally lands with them. Something about the way that Frerin apologized on his behalf and sort of laughed with it. All of it is just working together to make them feel very taken in by the team. And they begin to really let down their guard a little bit and start to share with us more of what's going on. And so during this meeting, look at that. That was an extraordinary success. So we'll see what all we learn from that or gain from that. But let's hold on to sort of what those extraordinary successes mean. During this meeting, Farrell begins to launch into a litany of complaints. Because what I would say is that Reginard then says, as the tea's brewing, can you share with us more about what's going on, and what's going on with that outhouse that's been burnt down, and are you dealing with any troubles with strange people? And he starts going to this litany of complaints. So he says, he complains, there's more people on the road in recent years, more dwarves like you. He points out at Frerin, and Frerin sort of looks like, oh, okay, and Farrell seems like a little bit like, I should have probably pointed at him, but he says more dwarves, more bardings, and other strange folk coming over the mountains and bringing their strangeness with them. But with the next breath, he grumbles like, there are also too few people on the road lately, and that something should be done about all the outlaws. And he complains, there's all sorts of troublemakers about these days, orcs and goblins and bandits, and numbers, and there's rangers among them. And he just is complaining and going off about sort of, there's too many people, there's not enough people, the rangers aren't involved, the rangers are involved. All of this is just sort of a conflicting thing. But because of our success with the courtesy roll, even though he has these complaints, you can see that he's softened, and actually in reality, he feels a lot more softer towards the party than his harsh words would seem to indicate. And he's really not taking all that harshness and pointing it at them specifically. And so at this point, Amlaith asks them, well, speaking of these outlaws and bandits and such, have you seen anyone? We know a friend of ours. Well, this is a little confusing. He says, but a woman in Bree told us that her son Hamfast took in with Gandalf, and we are unsure whether the wizard Gandalf is actually who took him in, or whether some other strange man may be out here and up to no good. We know that this whoever this was, whether it was Gandalf or someone else, he was seen in the company of many rough-looking men. And now that we have come here, and now that we know that there's been outlaws around, and I assume that your house was attacked, and that they're all sort of are nodding. He says, it's possible that this wasn't Gandalf. It's possible. And the whole company sort of looks and chuckles and thinking like, it's pretty clearly not Gandalf. This is not Gandalf. And but it's cool that Amlaith is beginning to come around. So he says, it's possible this is not Gandalf. And so we're a little concerned that this young boy Hamfast may have taken in with these outlaws. And we need to stop that. We need to bring him home. And so can you share anything about that? Do you know anything about that? And Farrell says, the only people I've seen around lately are the outlaws who tried to raid our farmstead last night. They came up the hill and tried to climb over the wall into the chicken coop. And young Farrell here raised the alarm. The intruders had weapons and they struck at us. But me and my boys, we responded in kind. No one was slain as far as I know, but I believe some of the outlaws were wounded. And they continue to share more. They say, well, we don't know where the outlaws went, but some of them were limping, having been struck in the leg with our arrows. They haven't gone far. And at this point, we can tell he seems to be holding a little bit back. And I'm just going to say there's no roll needed because of the extraordinary success. We're going to say that is, we don't need a roll. We sort of ask him, do you know where they might have gone? And he says, well, I do know that there may be a hiding place for that they've taken up in. And I suspect they may be hiding in a nearby ruined tower, but I cannot be sure. And to be fully honest, he says, and his sons sort of look at him like, this is unusual for him to talk so courteously. But he says, to be fully honest, I would prefer to keep you around helping guard my farmstead instead of running off into the wild at this time of night. And the company's like, oh, of course. You know, we can do that. And Lôrwend says, like, you know, whatever you need. It seems that our quest is now intertwined with whatever's going on with these outlaws and their attacks on your home. And the sons squirm a little bit, and Reginard says, like, hands him his tea and says, hands his tea to Farrell the younger, and says, did you have something to add? And he says, well, I do think I saw a tall, bearded old man with a pointy hat directing the assault on our chicken coop. And I've never heard of Gandalf, but I know my father's talked about the wizard by reputation, and or he talked about a wizard, and he might be the same one. But my father's always said he's convinced he's a fraud. And Farrell sort of spits and says, fireworks and cheap tricks. And so we're confused and thinking, you know, Amlaith says, I don't think if this was Gandalf that he would ever attack your farm for no good reason. And they sort of bristle at that suggestion that there could be a good reason. And Reginard jumps in of like, not that there could ever be a good reason. I don't think Gandalf would ever attack innocent people such as yourselves. And they sort of back down a little bit, and Amlaith nods to Reginard for the save. But we notice that we're going to give Reginard an insight check to see if he can notice something more and get something more out of this situation. So we're going to give him, he's going to roll 2 feat dice, 2 success dice for his insight check. And let's see. So he's sort of he's noticing something a little strange about the conversation, something missing that could be here. Just one little more note. That's a failure. That's just a 12. So he thinks what he realizes, he does realize, actually, no, we're going to take a success with woe. We're going to take a success with woe here. And I think there's a good reason for it. So he notes that Farrell is oddly silent, despite being the one who raised the alarm. So Farrell is the younger son. And so Reginard says to him, like, do you have anything to say, as he hands him his tea? And Farrell says, like, I admit I was up at night because I thought I saw something. And Farrell says, like, he grumbles and says, oh, the boy's soft-hearted and soft-headed and dream-addled, and there's no point in listening to him. Don't listen to him. But Reginard is like, that may be, but and he sort of takes Farrell aside and says, what did you see? And Farrell, as the conversation sort of passes on, Farrell starts complaining about something else to the rest of the group, but Reginard sort of pulls aside Farrell and says, you can share with me. I'll believe what you saw. What did you see? And Farrell swears that he saw a giant walking down from the north, like a man made of snow and darkness, only tall as a mountain. And something about this description just makes Reginard's blood run cold, because this was actually in one of the dreams that Reginard had as they were in on the road, and after they'd seen the tower on that one night out in the distance, he had a dream where he had seen this same scene of a giant, like a man made of snow and darkness, only tall as a mountain. And so he's just shocked and filled with dread to hear Farrell say that's what he saw, that this dream would have reality. And so Reginard is going to take 2 points of shadow, which he can reduce with a successful valor roll. But he has a very weak valor. He only has 1 valor, and he only has 15 heart. And so he needs to get a 15 to prevent 1 point of this, as he tries to sort of settle his mind and his heart as he hears this. Oh man. So just a 9, he got a 6, but that doesn't count for anything. If this had been like a 9 or a 10 or a Gandalf rune, then this would have actually been an extraordinary success. He would have cleared both of the shadow, but instead he takes 2 points of shadow. Woof, Reginard. 2 points of shadow. He's up to 7 shadow. That's rough. And 7 shadow as he just his blood runs cold hearing this story. So that was a great success with woe. I love success with woe. Side note, I just think that's such a fun mechanic in the game, that you can turn a failure, like a low stakes failure, into a success with woe. It's really fun to find ways to bring in what is that woe. I think that's a pretty appropriate mechanical impact, but also it added a whole piece of the story of I wouldn't have thought that Reginard had seen this in his dream and was so scared, further scared by this. So as this is going on, then Farrell, he's not been offended by the player heroes, and he actually grudgingly suggests that they can stay the night, and says, Not as guests, mind you. You'll have to earn your keep clearing out the remains of the burnt shed. And if the raiders return, why, it would be good to have more eager hands to defend the house. So he offers for us to stay the night, and we look sort of, chat amongst ourselves and decide, yeah, we'll stay the night and we'll clear out the burnt shed, and thank you for putting us up. We'll see what the tomorrow brings. Maybe we can check out, see if we don't need the trail now necessarily. A trail might help us to know how to exactly to get to the tower, but if you can point us in the direction of the tower, then we could go from there and see what we could do. So Farrell says, we'll see how the night goes. So, all right, and so that is that. We're going into a night at Farrell's house. Let me just have a sip of water. All right. So there are going to be several events happening during the night. And let's see what all happens here. So another quick side note, the way that I prep these is I read through, actually I'll back it up. I do two things that have nothing to do with the book or the game specifically, but I'm reading through the Fellowship of the Ring. Again, after the first time in many, many years. I used to read it constantly as a kid, but it's been probably over a decade, maybe 2, since I read it like in its entirety. So I'm reading through the Fellowship of the Ring, and so I make sure I read at least a chapter before I do more prep, because it just totally gets me in the zone of the Lord of the Rings, like for real, Tolkien's words himself. And I also had heard from somebody, they were like, you should go on a walk. I think it's in one of the Lord of the Rings role-playing game books, maybe older. They suggest that to prep for it, you should go on a walk, go out into nature, and like that's actually like how you should prep for leading a role-playing game in Middle Earth. And I thought that was so, like, whoever said that's what was, someone else said that was what written in some book. It just struck me. I was like, that's so true. And I love walking. We love walking to our nearby park that has a forest and a lake. And so I spent some time outside. I read a chapter of the Lord of the Rings. And then I read through this and I take notes, and including, I just take basically notes to support my reading of the text, and including wherever I think I need to add in more details, or add in roles of the lore tables, or make sure I note that there's gonna be a need for a skill roll if it's pretty clear, and then here with this night at Farrell's house, I put down I think a lore master would choose different people. It says you should have a different person have each of these different things happen to them so that the whole party is involved. And so I sort of put notes down of who I think is going to have each thing happen to them. But then, of course, as we have roles in the lore tables, as we actually go through it, a lot is happening, and I'm sort of discovering a lot of it as we go along, sort of discovering how the party would actually approach these different things. So I didn't have a clear idea of how this conversation was going to go, for example. So anyways, that's just sort of a little bit of a note on process for me. So a night at Farrell's house, we're going to go through a series of events that happen in this night. It's a little bit of a spooky night. So we're here, and this is kind of the vibe that we have here at this, as we're going into this evening. It's just a little bit unsettling there, a little bit spooky. Farrell has been drinking ever since, after he finished his tea, and he enjoyed that from Reginard. But ever since then, he's been drinking heavily. So after a meager and grudging supper, he produces a bottle of wine from the South Farthing and proceeds to drink it all himself. So half drunk, he's wobbling over and ties up his 2 dogs near the main gate so they can keep watch. He says, better sentries than all of ya, I'll bet, is what he mutters. He grows angry if anyone questions him. I imagine that Farrell, the younger, maybe asks him some questions about the dogs, and he barks at them, and he's barking out orders to keep watch for a second attack, and then until he finally falls asleep, and he's snoring loudly, and he's just really snoring quite loudly. He's sort of he's like sitting in a position where maybe his snoring is being increased because of how he's sitting like uncomfortably in a chair. And what I was imagining that Frerin would probably be the one. I gotta flip my notes here. Frerin would be the one who comes to him. He's very compassionate. He comes and he sort of touches the arm of Farrell gently and says like, and Farrell starts to startle and curse, and Frerin says, I thought maybe you'd like to return to your bed. Like we can watch in the night. You should get a good night's sleep instead of sitting here in this chair. And he just starts to like curse out Frerin. He seizes upon. He says, are you even a dwarf? Like, I've not heard one mention of gold from you. You are wearing such strange clothes. Look at your beard. It's growing mold and fungi, and what creatures are in there? It stinks horribly. And he's just like seizing upon his personality. You're so nice, and it's so fake. And he's just like accusing him on his personality, on his appearance, just berating them at length. He's just laying into Frerin and just like cursing him out. But Frerin is just like so gentle with him and so compassionate. And I just think that in return he would see Farrell as this sort of great sickly animal. And so what I wanted to do, though, is actually give him a chance. Like, it's possible that he wouldn't. It's possible that Farrell would start to, after being berated, would start to take this to heart and sort of respond with a sharp comment. And I want to roll, because I'm going to say it's almost certain that his compassion would overcome this, but it's not entirely certain. So on an I, so this is asking the telling table. So I believe that with, well, actually, is it one? Yeah, it is. I think it is on a with a certain. Let me double check this. I forget if I'm certain if it's a one or if it's an I. Let's pull this up just to make sure. So the telling table in the Moria book or in the Strider mode supplement. Yeah, certain says 1 or greater. The answer is yes. 1 or greater. So what you do is you set the likelihood. I think it's almost certain that Frerin would not let this get to him. But if he did roll an I, then it did get to him. So it didn't get to him, right? He responds with just compassion. Yes, 10. So anything but an I, he would have gotten it. So yes, he responds with compassion, and he sees Farrell as if he's almost like this. He sees him as a living thing that is broken, that's had a hard time in life, that's out in the wilderness, that who knows what's led to his life here, and just the way that he shuns other people and keeps to himself. And even within his family structure, there's so much brokenness between him and his sons and their wives. And he just sees like this almost as if it, like in his mind, it's almost like seeing a horse that's like sort of bucking and rearing up and sort of spitting and kicking out. And he's sort of like, he doesn't say like, whoa, or that sort of thing, but that's just like the exact like sort of approach. He just sort of takes it in takes in this abuse from Farrell. And after a while, Farrell actually just tires of berating him, and actually, like, something in his heart sort of has a twinge of doubt, a sense that this is wrong, that he is what he's saying to Frerin. And for a moment, he questions his actions. And then he sort of pushes that down, pushes that away. But he does stand up from his chair and says, "Fah!" And he says, "I don't want to be in your presence anyways." And he heads off to his bed to sleep there, and sort of waddles over there. So that was Farrell drinking heavily, and Frerin sort of takes it in, goes on his way, and peacefully received that abuse. Now, elsewhere, I was going to say there's another thing that's going to happen with Amlaith, is taking a moment to himself. He sort of realized, I was too trusting, or something in my heart did not want to believe that, I think maybe it was just that I could not handle the idea that someone would mislead this young boy, Hamfast, this young man, and just lead him into such danger, and with such blatant lies, and I didn't want to believe it. So he's sort of sitting and reflecting in the darkness. He's got his ranger cloak around him. He's sitting there under a dark part of the wall, and sort of, he's not upset at himself, but he's just wrestling with that and thinking through, why did I let myself be misled to some degree when I did not want to believe this thing? It's wrong of me to have allowed myself to be misled on the basis of just not wanting to believe that this could be true. So he's reflecting on this. He's not accusing himself, but he's trying to wrestle through this and think through it. And coming by him, meeting in secret in this shadowy corner of the compound, is actually Farrell the Younger and Farrell. So both of the sons of Farrell, and they don't actually see Amlaith there in the darkness, but both are nervous, and Farrell shares some of his fears. He says, I fear that we won't be able to protect this farmstead, and once these adventurers leave, we'll be overrun. And Farrell is muttering about, there's the giant I saw last night, and I fear that it signifies approaching danger. Farrell is just saying, like, I just don't trust Father to have what it takes to hold off these outlaws. And he says, what can we do? Like, what do I need to rise up against him and strike out at him? And it's at this moment that Amlaith, like, sort of not rushes to make himself known, but he sort of stirs a little bit and coughs lightly. And Farrell and Farrell sort of wheel and are shocked and scared for a second, and then they realize, oh, it's you, Amlaith. And they're sort of sheepish and embarrassed that he heard this. But Amlaith says, it's all right. Like, what you're sharing with each other, it wasn't meant for me. I'm not going to, I'm not going to share this with anyone. And Farrell the Younger actually asked him, like, well, like, you could share your counsel with us. What should a man do about his stubborn father? The world is becoming darker and more dangerous with each passing year, not least of all because of this situation now with the outlaws. And old Farrell, our father, he will not change. How long should a son wait for his father to see sense? And I'm imagining that Amlaith sits with that and sort of thinks, And he thinks back to his relationship with his own father, which was just a really strong relationship where his father was there for him. He encouraged him, he challenged him, he sort of was heavily involved in forming him into the man he needed to be. And he never fell off. He sort of just passed on. And so Amlaith is trying to think how to relate sort of his life experience to what's in front of him. And I think he just sort of takes in what they're saying and sort of takes each of them by the shoulder and says, like, honestly, I don't have the answers for you, but I can say that as the world becomes darker, each of us has a choice on whether we will let that darkness snuff out our light and that we will grow dark with it or dark to fight it, or whether we will let our light burn all the brighter in the darkness. And the two boys sort of move uncomfortably under him, holding their shoulders. But he looks them in the eyes and he says to them, I mean that. And you can take that as you will. Again, I don't have the answers for you, but I do know that you have a choice. And you have a choice to be true. You have a choice to be kind. You have a choice to stand up for others. And if that means standing up to your father and having hard conversations, having the courage to have the conversations you need to protect your own families. And he points at them, you both have your own families to protect, and you need to make your own decisions for them. And then he sort of says, like, I don't have all the answers. Like, take it as you will. I've not been in your situation. But I do think that each of you has your own choice to make. So they sort of nod and they take that and they're like, all right, well, thank you for your advice and we'll see what we can do with that. And I'm like, great, great. Well, again, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. They're like, no, that's fine. And he says, all right, good night. You can get some rest. We'll be keeping watch. And they go their way. So that was that. So at this same time, meanwhile, later on, there's an event with Lôrwend. So as Lôrwend is walking the walls, she's happy to be awake at night, looking up at the not entirely cloudy and dark sky. There's at least some moon and some stars. And she's looking up and they seem somewhat sadder from this vantage point. And it's not the most enjoyable walk in the dark. But she's up on the wall and she sort of stops at one point on the wall and is looking out into the dark valley and the moonlit ribbon of the road. And suddenly at one point, her eyes sort of focus in and she spots a flash of flame in the distance. And she needs to make a successful scan roll for her to have seen anything beyond that or to be able to make sense of that. She has a fantastic scan ability. She just has to hit a 13 as her target number. She has 3 ranks in the skill of scan, and it's favored. So she's going to roll 2 feat dice and take the best. So she, what does she see with her elf eyes in the darkness? Was it just a spark or was it more? She will take that 9, 10, 18. So she succeeds. She is able to see that, determines that someone has lit a torch with a flint. Her elf eyes zero in and can tell someone just lit a torch. And the light vanishes a moment later. But Lôrwend says to herself, now I know the location of that old watchtower that Farrell mentioned. So now we know where that is. Someone was not entirely careful with hiding all lights in that watchtower. Meanwhile, this is an event engaging Reginard. He is dreaming fitfully. He's having a strange and disturbing dream again of a great hill, black against a snowy landscape. And somehow he feels that the hill is getting closer or larger, like it's going to crash down on them or swallow them up, like a wave of earth tumbling into a grave. And the disturbing dream is worth 1 shadow point, dread. So he has to make another roll for dread to avoid taking the dread from this as he snaps awake. This is oh my gosh, 3 with an I. And so an I is just considered a 0. So he wakes up like, and he takes on another point of shadow from this awful dream. So he's up to 8 shadow. This is not good for young Reginard. Oh my gosh. And he's just shook again by this dream. He's so impacted by this. And he wakes and comes out into like the open area and sort of stands there. He comes and sits by the fire that's still going and wraps his blanket around him and he's just shivering, even though it's really not that cold, but he's just shivering and uncomfortable. And at the same time, he's not the only one who is impacted by this. And he can actually hear some of the servants and others sort of sleeping fitfully or maybe even calling out in their sleep, clearly troubled by the same vision. And in fact, Farrell wakes up and cries out, and then he a few moments later he comes out and similarly comes down and sits at the fire, and he's got his blanket and he's shivering too. And Reginard says to him like, "Bad dreams," and Farrell like nods, and Reginard says, "The giant again," and Farrell nods and says, "Yes, I believe it was another vision of the giant that I've dreamed of before, and I swear I saw it in the flesh, in waking hours, and now it's haunting my dreams." And Reginard says to him, "Not your dreams only. I saw this figure in my own dreams before you ever mentioned it to me." And Farrell like looks at him with almost like a look of terror, and Reginard like tries to like comfort him and say like, and he doesn't really, the words kind of fail him. He doesn't know how to comfort him because he's disturbed himself. But at that moment, his young wife, Farrell's young wife, Tula, comes out, having noticed that Farrell had left the bed. And she comes out and comforts him, puts her arm on his shoulder, is rubbing his shoulder, and says like, "Another dream?" And Farrell nods, and Tula's comforts him and has her hand on his shoulder. But then she just starts grumbling like, of course it would happen here in this godforsaken place. Like, I wish I'd never left Bree. I wish I was back home in Bree. I curse the fate that brought me to this desolate farmstead. She's clearly unhappy in this place. But Reginard says, like, very solemnly to her, he says to her something like, nowhere is safe from the dreams these days. You could be in Bree, you could be in Rivendell with the elves, you could be on the other side of the world, and I think still your dreams could be haunted by the darkness that is rising. And he says this with this sort of like, it's like almost like not himself saying this. And I imagine that Farrell just like shivers even more than before, and Tula looks just completely discomfited by this statement, and like grabs Farrell by the shoulders and says like, well, come back to bed, and there's nothing that can, that this halfling can say that will comfort us, apparently. And she sort of storms off with Farrell, takes him away. So Reginard feels sort of bad, but also there's really nothing he can do about it. He's not in a place to be comforting or encouraging to anyone. All right, so next thing that happens is that Reginard, at this point, he sees Lôrwend up on the wall, and he actually thinks maybe I'll actually be better off up there. And so he goes up and greets Lôrwend on the wall, and they're both looking out across into the darkness. And Reginard shares about his dream, and Lôrwend tries to share a comforting word to him, but the words sort of fail her as well. She really doesn't know what she can say to him. When will these dreams stop, or where are they leading to? She doesn't know. She doesn't know what the answer is to this rising fear of this hill. But just at that moment, as they're talking together, Lôrwend feels almost like a pricking sensation on her neck, and senses an eerie presence that troubles her. And she looks out sharply, and looks back towards generally where the tower was that she'd identified its location. And she glimpses for a moment a shape, and she says, "Is that what I think it is?" And Reginard looks out where she's looking, and his blood runs cold as they see a shape moving in the valley, and they hear a distant howling on the cold north wind. And Reginard could make an awareness roll, but he doesn't need to, I think, here, because Lôrwend has already pointed out where this is taking place. So he's able to see, he looks closely, he's able to spot the dark shape descending towards a tangled thicket near the road. And this is the location of the ruined tower. And he says, it's descended into that, to the thicket there. And Lôrwend says, that's the location of the ruined tower. And so they're just shook by this. Like, what is this dark shape, and why is it near the tower where these outlaws have been? But speaking of, just that moment, one of they spot some movement on the lower slopes of the hill. They've been distracted by it a little bit, but Reginard sort of leans forward and tries to look and see what he can see in the darkness. He needs to make an awareness roll, but he loses a dice due to the darkness. So Reginard normally would roll 2 dice, and it's a favored roll to get a 16, but it's a tough roll in the darkness. So he's just rolling 2 fate die, the best of 2 fate dice and a single success die for this awareness roll. He needs to get a 16. So is he able to see anything in the darkness? Oh my gosh, what a terrible roll. He has to push away this eye. He just gets a 6. He's like, I thought I saw something, but I don't know what I saw. So he doesn't see anything helpful there. And in reality, what happens then is it was a pair of outlaws that were climbing up. He didn't see them. They were climbing up the hill. But they don't attempt to enter the compound. Instead, they throw a parcel over the wall to land near the main gate. And so something's thrown over the wall. They don't even see it. But the dogs that were tied up near the gate, they fall upon the parcel eagerly and start devouring it. And they're hearing the sort of the row, row, row of the dogs as they're ripping this apart. And Lôrwend and Reginard do see that and do hear that, and they turn and look and see these dogs are fighting over this sort of bag, this lumpy bag, and they're tearing it apart. And even from this distance, they can see that it seems to contain a lump of raw meat. They rush down and they yell to someone like, "Hey, we don't know what that is they're eating," and someone pulls the dogs away from the parcel. But it is indeed like a lump of raw meat, and the dogs have already consumed probably half of it. And everyone's sort of looking around like, what just happened? Like, where did this come from? And Lôrwend and Reginard look at each other and they put 2 and 2 together, and they look out into the darkness, and they seem to see shapes descending back down the hill. And they look at each other and they say, this was thrown in by someone, by the outlaws, surely. And the dogs start sort of pawing at their faces and acting strangely. And Reginard sort of shouts out like they're poisoned. They're poisoned. And everyone there's a commotion and everyone starts rushing around. But Amlaith strides up and says, "Let me help them." And Frerin runs over, and he feels so bad for the dogs. But Amlaith gets down and he quickly checks their mouths and sort of smells them. And even though they're biting and clawing at him as he's trying to smell them, and he says, "It's poison. It's poison." And he attempts to apply some healing help to them. He's not going to use his knuckle bones of King Argaleb, because I just don't think that applies here, helping with dogs. But I'm going to say that I'm going to treat it as not a healing test. I'm actually going to treat it as a hunting test. No, I'll treat it as a healing test. I was just going to think for a second, maybe having to help dogs in this way maybe is appropriate to do a hunting roll. But no, I'll just do it. I'll do a healing roll. It's going to be 2 dice for his skill. It's got a fate dice, and it's got a 13. So can he successfully heal and help these dogs to have a lessened impact from this poison? He rolls a 7, 8, exactly a 13. Let's go. So he hits his target number of 13, and it's close. He's trying to help the dogs, and he's calling "Do you have this herb? Do you have that herb? Do you have this?" And the servants are rushing about and trying to get it for him as quickly as possible. And he applies this mix and muddles it up and gets both of the dogs to take it in and provides an antidote. And the dogs sort of are whining and sick, and but they clearly are doing better than they would be from having been poisoned. So they're kind of laying about resting, but they're just resting. And he succeeded. And so that's the night. So in the next morning, Farrell, the elder, awakens, much the worse for wear after his night of drinking. And he grumbles about like, oh, I slept so badly, and stupid dreams about a tower or a hill or some such. The adventurers are still here? Well, if they want breakfast, they'll have to pay again, given they were no help repelling attackers during the night. And what's with the dogs? Like, who messed with them? And he starts cursing out Amlaith. And the servants are like, he helped them. They were poisoned by the outlaws. And he's like, someone better would have helped them more. And sort of really is not pleased, and continues to try and abuse the party. But that was the situation. That was the night. And this is the morning. Now we have to decide what to do. So we gathered together sort of away from Farrell and his ramblings, and we need to make a plan for the day. And so this leads into part 4, the ruined tower, which should be like the bulk of the remainder of the adventure. And I really don't know what we're going to do from here. Like, we need to plan out a plan for the day. So there's a lot of like flexibility and freedom of how do we approach this. So we share together like what we saw in the night, and Lôrwend shares that, I saw someone light a torch out in the darkness. I know where their tower is. And, we saw a dark shape descending into the thicket nearby it. We saw movement. We know where the tower is, regardless of whether Farrell would tell us, and regardless of whether we can pick up the trail there. But perhaps if we picked up the trail, we could find the best way. There's thickets all the way from here to the tower that I believe could be, this is Lôrwend, I believe they could be to our good or to our ill, if they were to either present hard going for us, or it's possible they would also have some path in there that would allow us to stay relatively out of sight of the tower as we approached it. But Reginard is like, should we approach it though? Like, what's the plan here? It seems that these outlaws are still coming for the compound and for Farrell. Like, who's to say they won't attack again tonight? Do we want to be ready for that, or do we want to strike first? We don't know how many there are. There could be many of them, and we don't know what we're up against. And Frerin says something like, could make sense for us to do some scouting, some recon, so we do know what we're up against. And Amlaith is nodding, saying, like, if I could find that path through the thicket, it's possible that we could get closer to the tower and learn more about our situation and decide from there how can we approach this. We need to get Hamfast back safely. And I fear that every day that he's with these outlaws and with these false friends, that he's in greater danger, both physically and morally, as he falls in with these horrible people. And so they ponder together and thinking about what is our best course of action here. And I think that they're going to. I think Reginard says, I think all or most of us should approach the tower and learn more. Should any of us stay behind and perhaps try to prepare some defenses for a possible attack on the farmstead, or should we all go and see what we can see, and see if there's the possibility of striking early before they strike us? And I think they look at each other and they just think to each other, like they sort of like look, think, and sort of nod and smile together. There's no need to split the party yet. We should not split the party unless in greatest need. And maybe even in greatest need is when we should most not split the party. And so they say, let's go together, approach the tower together. Some of us can always double back and could split up at that point, but let's approach together and see what we can find at the tower. So they're all going to attempt to reach the tower together. So I think we're going to have to travel along the east road to reach the tower. And, we have to be very careful because they should be able to see travelers coming towards the tower unless we can really find the greatest cover in our approach through the thickets. And so what I'm going to say is here is a little readout of the tower. This is pointing to the road, and this is pointing to the farmstead. We're coming from the farmstead. We left the road. We came to the farmstead. We're coming this way, and there's all this tangled bracken and undergrowth, and there are fox paths that run through the bracken that we could possibly discover. But if we don't know those paths, then we're gonna have some trouble here. And so the hunting test that Amlaith is gonna make to try and find, first he's gonna try and find their trail and see if that allows us to get into the fox paths so we can actually use them to help us with stealth instead of it being the opposite. So he's gonna make a hunting check. This is a favored check. It's gonna have 2 dice, and what was it? Reginard cannot help him. Shoot, I was gonna say Reginard could possibly help him if he used a hope, but he has no hunting. He has no hunting skill, so he can't help. He could support him. No, he can't support him. So anyone could support him who has hunting. None of them have hunting. Only Amlaith does. He's the only they are useless at hunting except for him. So he's going to have to do this on his own. He's going to spend a hope because he needs to find that. So he sort of squares his shoulders and nods to himself like, this is on me to find this path so we can reach the tower safely. We don't know what we're walking into here, so I want to find this fox path. So here we go. He needs to get a 14 with these 3 success dice and the best of these feat dice for a hunting check as he kneels down to see if he can follow the broken tracks in the scree. And actually, he should probably lose. No, let's see. He's not going to lose a die, but he needs to get an extraordinary success to actually find not only like the general path, but to really find the fox paths that run through the bracken that could help us approach, that could truly help us to approach. So we need an extraordinary success here, we need one of these to be a 6. All right, here we go. Oh my gosh, let's go. Got a 10 and a Gandalf. Doesn't really matter. We'll take the Gandalf because it's always better. But we totally got 21. That's well above our 14. And we got a 6. Got the extraordinary success. So Amlaith steals himself and squares his shoulders and leans into the hope that he is called to play this role for the party because no one else can do jack crap about it. And so he searches among the scree, sort of like lays on the ground and sort of tastes the stone, and they're all like, what is he doing? We don't know how to do any of this. This is amazing. Half of it is actually just him sort of trying to like make them feel good because he wants to like raise their spirits, but then he actually does like pick up the trail. He's like, oh, that they went this way. And so he actually finds these fox paths running through the bracken that would allow the outlaws to move without impediment It's going to allow them to move without impediment. And because they're using these paths, they're not going to lose one dice of stealth. They're actually going to gain 1 dice for a stealthy approach. And so we're going to make a stealth roll here now, and everyone is going to have to make a stealth roll in the party. So we'll see how this goes. So as we're approaching the tower, we can kind of see in we've got this helpful sort of the fox paths are such that they're leading around these slightly raised parts and humped over parts of the ground, such that there really is like a stealthy approach here. It's like what came first, like fox paths or this sort of stealthy approach having been discovered. It's possible that the foxes have actually just built out the path because that's what people had actually already sort of trotted out as a stealthy way to go to and from the tower. But in any event, we're approaching and we have an extra dice on all of our rolls. So Amlaith, here we go. He needs an 18, and so we'll see if he can succeed here. He has an extra die. He has 2 from his stealth roll. He needs 18. He gets 7, 10, 13 only, so he fails. He fails his stealth roll. So someone may see us, but we'll see if someone else can succeed enough to help him succeed. So Frerin is going to go now. He would have 2 dice normally. He has to get a 16, but he has 1 more because of the fox paths. He gets a 3. This is a terrible roll. That's a 10 only. Terrible roll from Frerin. So he also is struggling. You can tell the party is unsure whether we are staying properly, avoiding the gaze from the tower. Lôrwend has 3 dice plus 1, and she just needs a 13. Here we go. Oh my gosh. She got an I, which is a 0, but luckily she barely got a 14, succeeds her stealth roll. But now all we have left is Reginard Goodbody, who has 3 dice plus 1 and a favored roll. And he is going to spend a hope. So he tries to lead the party in such a way that despite the big folk being loud and unstealthy, he's going to get 1 extra dice here. He needs to succeed with two sixes to be able to make the other 2 succeed at their tests where they failed. So here we go. This is his roll. And let's go. So shuffle these all up. Okay. No. So hilariously, he rolls double Gandalf runes. I've never had that before. So he chooses the Gandalf rune. He totally blasts this away, succeeding on his own, but the other 2 failed. That's scary. So someone sees them, and I'm imagining that we can sort of sense it. Like, we can just tell we're not being quiet enough. And maybe we even see up in the tower, like we look and we see someone is leaning out and looking and sort of has their hand up, like, straining to see into the fox paths. Someone has seen us more or less, and our stealthy approach has more or less failed, at least as a party. And so, Lôrwend and Reginard were successfully stealthy, but the other 2 were not, as we're approaching these walls. And so, so what's gonna happen now? Okay, well, as we are approaching, I'm imagining that we sense that up in the tower that they're stirring. And so we, I think that we like look at each other, like realizing like they've seen us, but Amlaith like says to the party, like, we need to press on. Like, we need to bring Hamfast safely home. And so everyone sort of nods in, fearfully, but nods, and they continue on their way. And they come out of the fox paths and basically step out from the fox paths into the open air near the tower. And as they do so, they realize that they are facing like the whole group of outlaws. And so up in the tower, there's, at least 2 or 3 faces looking out from windows, and you can see arrow tips pointing out. And then down below, there's at least 3 or 4 more figures standing here, and we step out and approach them, and they're all are have their hands on their weapons and ready to draw, and then as we're approaching them and about to hail them, out from the door steps onto the top steps what looks to all, to immediate appearance to be Gandalf the Grey himself. However, very quickly as the party sees him, like we like stop in their tracks seeing Gandalf, but then they realize like that's not his gray hat, that's a blue hat. That is not his beard. That's a different beard. That is not his eyebrows. Those are far, far too extravagant and bushy and honestly look fake and pasted on. This is not Gandalf. This is someone else who we are going to meet. And he steps out though, and he says, we're all like taken aback, but he says like to us like, hold there, why do you come here, and what is your purpose here at our fine tower? And we're just like taken aback for a moment, and Reginard steps up and sort of overcomes his fear, steps up, and with a little bit of a bow, not too much of a bow because these are clearly outlaws. He's a little bit of a bow, and he says, we're just here to bring back a young man whose mother has need of him, young Hamfast. And one of the men who is here is kind of standing behind someone else. He steps forward and sort of looks questioningly at the party as he says this. And Reginard notices it immediately and recognizes like this must be Hamfast from how he looks, from everything we've heard about him, and from his look of sort of questioning at them. This has got to be Hamfast. He looks impressionable. He looks not that bright. This is looking like this is Hamfast. And Reginard says, your mother is looking for you, and she's very worried that you may have forgotten some of your traveling clothes at home, and you need some things before you go off on any adventures. And the bandits sort of are looking at each other, and Hamfast is questioning of like what's going on here. And the wizard, however, is not pleased with this turn of the conversation, and he says, don't talk to him like you know him. Young Hamfast is one of our finest warriors. He's been recruited to help me to rid this land of the evil farmstead that is nearby. And and if he were to return with you, it would clearly be the work of the enemy, the work of the false wizard. And the bandits sort of shift and complain, make some complaints about a false wizard. And the wizard's like, ooh, the false wizard and his power, he can corrupt anyone. And Hamfast is turning and looking at the wizard and seems totally confused as to what he's supposed to do. He says, don't fall under their spell. And so at this point, Amlaith says something like, we just need Hamfast. We're not questioning your mission and what you need to do, but Hamfast needs to return with us. His mother is very, very worried, and we don't know what would happen to her if he were not to return. If we were to return to Bree without Hamfast, she'd have us for lunch, and we don't know what happened to her. And Hamfast turns again to the party and looks like totally confused and torn between, does he listen to the wizard or does he listen to these adventurers? And so I'm thinking perhaps we need to have made a persuade check here. Yeah, let's just go ahead and make a persuade check to see how persuaded is Hamfast at this point. We'll let Reginard make the check because he is who's been the lead on this. And we're gonna give him we would give him a die we're gonna give ourselves a die because we're making a convincing argument, but we're actually gonna lose a die because this wizard fellow is a cunning charlatan, and so he's going to claim that distinctive feature to make us lose a dice, because he's also having this power of persuasion that he's had over Hamfast is making it difficult for us. But so let's see if we can persuade Hamfast to return with us. Need a 16. Oh my gosh. No, sorry. Is it 16 or is it 15? No, it's 15. 15. Dang it. It's a 15 that we need, but this is a 14 that we rolled. No, a 14. So we are going to fail this roll. And not only do we fail, but it's sort of a failure with woe, I would say. And we failed to convince him. He actually is still under sort of really the spell of this wizard. And he turns and he says, like, I think this is, like, I want to go home with them, but I think this is the spell of the false wizard, and so I reject it. Go away, go home, he says to us, and he sort of staunchly decides like he's gonna stay here with the wizard. Okay, so what do we do here? Do we continue this like argument? Do we fight them? What is the best way for us to approach this? Like, I mean, you watching it, I'm like super curious what you would do in this situation. What would be your call here? I'm thinking that like Amlaith is moved in this moment. That's what I'm thinking. Coming back to that idea of like, he couldn't believe that someone would do this. He couldn't believe that someone would be so such a charlatan as to draw an impressionable young man like Hamfast into an outlaw group. And now that he's reflected on his desire not to want to believe that, as he spent that time in the evening the night before reflecting on that, and now in the light of day, to see this false wizard who's presenting himself as Gandalf, and to see that he is having such a sway over him, just enrages him and cuts him to the heart. He is absolutely moved in this moment, and he just says, Hamfast, and Hamfast like startles, like turns again to him, and he points at him and he says, "You're needed home. Your mother is worried sick about you," and and he says, "And you're too good of a man to follow a charlatan like this. This is a false wizard. This is not Gandalf. Come with us now. You are needed at home. If your father was still alive, he would be here and grab you by the ear and take you home so you wouldn't worry your poor mother one more minute. Get back over here and come with us. We're getting out of here and getting you away from these creeps and these liars and these deceivers." And just sort of goes nuclear in this moment. So, not that nuclear is a great Middle-earth word, but he speaks out strongly, and so he's making an enheartened roll in this moment. So I'm thinking that of course, it's a favored roll for him with enheartened. He has 3 success dice. He is leaning into all of his powers of persuasion, so he's spending a hope, to get another dice. And yeah, in this moment, with just the power of his rhetoric, the veil of the charlatan's power is pierced for a moment, and so we won't reduce this roll by a dice. And so, can Amlaith's words pierce through the thick skull of Hamfast and encourage him to return with them? Oh, heck yeah. With a success, gets well above his needed 13, and with a great success. So suddenly in this moment, he's turned and he's convicted. And he thinks like for a second as the outlaws just bristle at Amlaith's words, and the wizard absolutely begins to shake and shiver and absolutely so enraged at his words. But Hamfast looks down, nods, and turns and says, "I need to go home." And that's it. He's starting to come towards us to go with us. And the wizard just screams in a shrill voice, and says, "He's fallen under the false wizard's spell. Strike him down now. Kill them." And a battle is gonna start right now. This could absolutely be terrible. We have a battle. There's a bunch of outlaws here, and this could be very, very bad in this moment. But so let's see what happens. Let's just launch into combat. We're gonna have to decide if we can actually, stay in combat and like sort of have a chance at successfully navigating combat here, or if we need to try and like get Hamfast out and like run back through the fox paths to escape. But here we go. We're launching into combat. This is crazy. So there's the 4 of us. I use these tokens. We got Frerin, Amlaith, Lôrwend, and Reginard. And we also now have Hamfast stepping over to us, but he's not really going to be much help to us. I guess we'll see if we play out him doing any attacks, but I think he certainly could get attacked, if that makes sense. So I don't think he's really there to be a warrior. He's not a warrior really of any kind. He was just there to be another, one to do the bidding of this false wizard. But I don't think he really has combat skills. So I guess what he'll probably do is he'll like stay in a defensive position throughout the combat, but he's really not. He's also just like such a, he's gone back and forth. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know whether he should launch into full combat. So yeah, he's not going to make any attacks, but he can get engaged and get attacked. All right. For them, they have the wizard here. An O for his name is Osmer, which we could learn later, I'm sure, from Handfast if he survives. There's Osmer. There's also another guy named Bregel, who will just, again, we don't know these guys' names, but they do have different stats. So there's Osmer, there's Bregel. There is another guy named Tam. So just to describe a couple of them, Osmer, he's a cunning charlatan who appears to be, in the garb of Gandalf. Bregel, he's clearly like a second in command. He's got ruffian chief stats. And then Tam is an unlucky man who suffered a blow to the head years ago. So his wits are addled. He's utterly convinced that Osmer is a genuine wizard, and he'll stay loyal to Osmer no matter what. He uses the stats for a southerner raider. And then there are 4 others, which I'll just use these. The Y doesn't really stand for anything, but these are 4 more outlaws, and they all use the stats for, let's see, there was about half of them are dark-hearted rogues and outlaws, use the stats for highway robbers, and the others are new recruits, use the stats for footpads. So actually we'll do X and Y, what would be the indication there? We'll say X for the highway robbers and F for the footpads. So we got a variety of different statted people here, and this feels like it's going to be not good for us. We're going to say that there's two of them up in the tower with bows. So they're going to be in this, foes standing back position, basically. And they're definitely out of reach of us attacking them. So they're really not even just standing back, like they're really in the tower. So if you haven't seen this combat stance map before, or if you have, this isn't meant to represent like physically where everyone is at. It's more showing like it's showing their stance in the combat, which doesn't purely not reflect where they're at in the combat, but it doesn't strictly relate to where they're at. So we'll say that there's a footpad and a highway robber who are both up in the tower with their bows, and the rest of them are down here on the ground. And I believe that how this goes is that when there are when there are more enemies than the company, they get to assign who fights who. And so I think in this position it still is, they're gonna decide. So let's just say that well, first of all, we actually have to go into our positions. So let's see. Let's put Lôrwend into rearward position, so she's gonna be shooting. Let's put Amlaith. I think Amlaith is going to be in open position because he's going to want to rally us to this fight. Frerin is going to go into open position as well. And Reginard is going to go into, I would say, let's say open position too. Let me double check because there's the rally comrades ability. Oh, that goes into next round anyone in like the forward position, but that's the next round. So they can be wherever they want to be now. Let's see. Do we want to have Reginard in? I think he'll be in just an open position to begin with. I think that's fine. And Handfast will be in defensive position. We'll say that Osmer is going to seize upon the weakest looking to him and comes down on Reginard with, does he have weapons? Let's see what he has. Yes, he has a staff, of course, the wizard's staff. I told you to take the wizard's staff. And a sword. And but he comes down upon him. We're gonna say that that Bregel is going to bravely approach Amlaith, who seems like the largest warrior here. And we're gonna say one of these the big highway robber, the X, is going to come after Handfast. The footpad is going to gravely underestimate Frerin, and then the loyal Tam is going to engage Reginard as well and sort of be there with Osmer, and that is going to be them. And so let's see real fast. One thing I wanted to see was Osmer. These evil men do not have hate. They have what's called resolve. The distinction there is basically, one of the main distinctions is that anyone who has resolve, you have to make sure that they're actually evil, and if you kill them, like, you are at risk of moral evil and gaining shadow due to that. So we just have to be aware of that. Like, these are evil men, but they're not orcs. We don't know which of them are sort of under his spell, more or less, and which of them are completely, evil. So we can kind of tell some of them, like these, yeah. At least I would say these two are the most likely that we have to make sure that they aren't, they're new recruits. So it's more likely that they maybe could be turned, that sort of thing. So Osmer, I'm putting these tokens over here because just to represent how much resolve they still have, because I found this a little bit hard to remember, especially since I'm running so much right now as the lore master and 4 different characters. I'm just putting these things near them so I can tell how much resolve they still have, so that I can make sure that they actually spend it as well and utilize it correctly. So Osmer is gonna have 4. And then I need to pull up all these stats for these adversaries. Evil men. So again, there's Southerner Raiders is what Tam is. So he's a Southerner Raider. Footpads is what these guys are. Ruffian Chief is what Bregel is, and then Highway Robbers is what these guys are. So these guys, Highway Robbers have 4 resolve. Jeez, that's crazy. So these Highway Robbers have 4 resolve each as well. And I'm gonna put Handfast over here so that these guys can go like that. Again, this doesn't represent where they're at on the battlefield. It's just representing their stance. And the Southerner Raider, which is I'm sorry, we said that was Tam, right? Tam is Southerner Raider. Southerner Raider has 4 resolve as well. And let's see, the footpads only have 2 resolve. The Ruffian Chief has 3 resolve. Okay, interesting. And let's see, 2 more for this guy. So that's gonna be all their resolve. Again, I think that'll help. I think I'm just gonna try it out. I think that will help me to sort of track what all is going, especially in a huge combat with like so many people here. So okay, here it goes. So starting with anyone in forward stance, which no one is, and now going in. Sorry, actually, before we go into first round of combat, there actually should have been a opening volley. We're gonna say there is a chance for a first shot before the 2 sides engage. And these guys are at the ready. She was at the ready. So yeah, they'll all the bowmen get 1 chance at a shot. So Lôrwend is going to pull her bow and actually aim up at the archers up here. And she's going to shoot at the highway robber. So for Lôrwend, she is going to, I don't think she can do a prepare shot for an opening volley. I don't think you can. So she's just going to take this initial shot. She is going to roll 3 dice because of her bow and 1 feat die. And she has to hit a 14. And this is a highway robber who has no parry. So it's going to be rolling these. However, he's up in this tower. I think he has good cover. We're going to remove one of her dice, which stinks. And she's actually, I think, going to spend a hope here to try and get a good first shot. So she's going to spend a hope to get a good first shot. So she'll add a dice to her roll. She aims up and tries to catch this guy as he leans out of the window. Okay, she got 10. Ooh, 16. That's enough. That hits her 14. And she got a 6. I have to double check real fast what happens with, I think bows might get 3 piercing. Also, actually, her bow has piercing on 9+. I know that bows are at least 2, if not 3 more when they use their pierce ability. And she has a keen ability on her Stone Seeker bow. And so she only needs a 9. So she's going to spend this as a pierce ability to change this 7 to a 9, which is enough to get a piercing blow. So she's going to deal, her bow deals 3 damage to this this highway robber. He only has 1 might. He does have 2 armor. So he's now going to make a protection roll here. He probably should have spent a resolve to make that attack ill-favored, but he wasn't thinking fast enough. He's going to spend a resolve to add a dice to his roll, though. And so here we go. This is his roll. He needs to get just a 14 to avoid this wound. So to avoid a wound. Let's go. Let's see what he gets. He's a 14. Oh, shoot. 10, 15. He gets it. Darn. So his protection roll succeeds, and he does not take a wound. So he took 3, lost 3 endurance, but he did not take a wound. So yeah, that's him. I'm just gonna put a 3 to show that he took 3 damage. And shoot, so Lôrwend got him. These 2 are gonna shoot back down at us, and they're worried about Lôrwend being a problem. So they're both gonna shoot at her. So this is still the opening volley. This highway robber is gonna shoot, and he's rolling 2 dice for his bow. He's going to spend a resolve to get another die, and he is going to roll thus, and needs to get her parry, which is 18. So here we go. Oh, Gandalf is a 0, so that's just a total of 10. His arrow lands uselessly to the side. Over here, this footpad is also needs to get an 18 and is also spending his resolve because he just sees this dangerous archer. And he also fails. He just got a 11 and totally arrow. She just skillfully dodges their shot. Actually, they're just kind of awful shots from these bowmen. And so now we can engage in combat. Here we go. So everyone's engaged now, and let's fight. So let's start with Amlaith. No, let's start with Frerin. So Frerin sees this guy, and he says something like, it's not too late to surrender. And the footpad just runs up, and it's just like, like for the wizard. And Frerin's like, and like shakes his head and like, blocks his initial blow, and then tries to like just like sweep his axe to like to cut down this footpad and at least knock him out. Like he wants to slam he wants to slam his axe against his head if he can. So Frerin is rolling a ton. He's rolling 4 dice. He has 4 skill. So he's rolling 4 dice. He's got his feat die, and that's what he's gonna roll. He's gonna roll that, and this footpad has parry of 0, and so Frerin just needs to get 14 with these dice. Here we go. Let's see if he gets it. Ooh, 10. Wow, he only got 15. That's enough though, and he got a great success. And so what he's gonna use the great success for a heavy blow. I don't think he even needed a heavy blow. He's gonna get 8 plus another 7. That is so much damage. 8 plus 6 plus 1 because it's a 2-handed weapon. He deals 15 damage to this footpad who only had 8 hit points. And so he just knocks out this footpad, and he just kind of collapses on the ground like, oof. And he is knocked out. So we've knocked down one of our enemies. Great job, Frerin. Amlaith sees this Bragel coming towards him, who's just tougher, fiercer. He's reached the top with the help of a sharper mind and a sharper blade. And so what is going to happen here? Amlaith is going to attack him, and Amlaith is going to spend a hope because he knows that if he can bring down this ruffian to begin the fight, then he will. If he can bring down this ruffian, then he will be able to maybe move into the tower and take out the archers, or he can go protect Reginard, protect Hamfast. This is important to him. So he's going to spend a hope to get another die. Goes up like this. And let's see what's happening here. I can't believe we're just in open combat here. I hope no one dies. Okay. Let's see. Let's double check one thing. Royalty revealed as a secondary action can inspire into the next round. Yeah, so he just like as this guy comes up, he just engages in sword play with him. Like their swords clang together and they spin around, clang, 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 kicks him back, and then he just calls out like, for the real wizard, for Gandalf, and he attempts to do, using his royalty revealed ability, he's gonna do a rally action as a secondary action, and then he's gonna attack. So for the rally action, how that works is during combat, you can take what's called a rally. Here we go. Rally comrades. Make it a hearten roll. On a successful roll, then all members fighting in a forward stance gain 1 dice on their attack rolls in the following round. And if it produces that's interesting. I don't know if that counts as, do they have to be in a forward stance when you roll or when they attack? I'm realizing it probably has to be when they roll. So maybe he doesn't actually want to do this yet because none of his friends are in a forward. All members in a forward stance gain 1d. No, he's gonna do it anyways. He's gonna try and do this. He's gonna roll. He's in heart and skills good. He's got it's favored. He rolls 3 dice, and yeah, he's got this. He's got this. Because so what he needs to do is he actually needs to get a 6 on one of these dice for it to actually do anything, I think. He's going to do it. He's going to try this. So he needs to get a 6. Here we go. What's he going to do? Calls out to everyone. No! He gets it, but no 6, which I think means that no one... I have to look that up. I actually don't know if... Is Rally Comrades... Is it caring about where they're at right now or in the next round, their stance? But I'm going to play it sort of the Grim rule here and say that it does not affect, doesn't affect anyone because none of his friends are in the forward stance. He would need to get a 6 to make it apply to everyone who's in the open stance. So that was successful, but not really. And however, that royalty revealed ability does say that everyone is inspired on the next round. So it did succeed. They are inspired. They're inspired by his words. So next round, when they spend a hope, it'll get 2 extra success dice. I think everyone in the party gets that. So that's still pretty good. But now he's striking. Now he's attacking, and he's using a hope for this attack. I think I already pulled that down for this attack. He's rolling 4 dice. 1 feat die, and he has to get, let's see, Bregel. It looked like that ruffian chief has a parry of +1. So for Amlaith, he needs to get a 14 + 1, so a 15. He's a 15 to strike him. Let's go. He comes in after his, oh my gosh, look at that. Okay, so he needed a 15. He got 12, 18, he got plenty, rolled an eye, and despite this, like, the evil of this Bregel, who sort of, like, snarls at him evilly and clearly, like, looks like this horrible, horrible chieftain, comes in at him, Amlaith rolls 3 successes on his attack. So what he's going to do is he doesn't want to do a piercing blow. So he's just going to do heavy blows, 3 heavy blows, which is tons of damage. I think he gets 6 plus 1 more because of his superior grievous against Bane evil men. So he gets 7 damage. It's 2-handed, so it's so when he does a heavy blow, it's 7 more. So he's doing like 28 damage on this 12 health chief and just like cuts him down. Doesn't kill him, but just absolutely cuts him down, and he is defeated. Oh my gosh. We've defeated Bregel, defeated one of these dudes. Now it's to Reginard. Reginard is going to attack. I think he wants to, let's see. So Tam is a Southerner Raider is his ability. I think Reginard like blocks a blow from Tam and then tries to stab at Osmer. He wants to do some damage on Osmer. So Reginard is going to roll, let's see, rolls 3 dice and a fate die. And he's totally going to spend a hope to get another die because he has plenty of hope. And so he's enraged by Osmer's hold over everyone. And so he just like, as Osmer comes up, thinking that he can just take advantage of little Reginard, he just stabs at him with his knee biter sword. Here we go. Hey. So he rolled an I, which is bad, but he rolled an 18, which I think he's going to get him there because Reginard has he needed a 16 to hit. And Osmer, the wizard, had +1 parry, so 17. He needed a 17. He got an 18 despite the evil eye of Sauron, and he got a great success. So what he's going to do is he's going to spend a heavy blow. Just a heavy blow. So for Reginard, that is going to be 3 + 4, so just 7 damage on Osmer. So we'll put a couple dice there to show some of the damage that has been done on him. 7 damage. It's nice to have a bunch of dice. So Osmer just like his smirk like fades instantly as he gets cut in the shins by Reginard. But he's still intent on hurting Reginard terribly. Finally, for us, Lôrwend, who can prepare a shot. Let's double check that her cultural virtue really does that, because that seems so crazy to me that her ability is just so strong. The deadly archery ability that she has. I think it is though. So look in the cultural virtues abilities, and it's gonna show for the it's the bardings, that's the dwarves, the virtues of the elves. Deadly archery. When using a bow, not a great bow, yeah, she just has a bow. In fighting in rearward stance, you may attempt the prepare shot combat task as a secondary action. She can just straight up do that for her secondary action. So she's just going to do that. So for prepare shot, that means that she can roll a scan roll, which she is favored at and has 3 dice. She just needs a 13. So she scans to get a better shot. Who does she want to take down? Because there's these archers up here, but like, there's also the guy coming after Hamfast. I think she turns and takes a shot at this guy who's coming at Hamfast to protect Hamfast. So she shoots at this highway robber. Okay, so she rolled eye. That's terrible. So this is the scan roll. Sorry. So the eye. This is a 10. She rolled a 13 still, despite the eye. And a 13 is enough. That's crazy. That's the 3rd time in a row where we just rolled Eye of Sauron, but still had enough success dice. Oh, because she has favors. She didn't have to take the Eye of Sauron. That's what it was. So she got a 13. Oof, there we go. But yeah, so 13 gets the scan roll. So she's going to get an extra dice on this. So she prepares shot, aims at him, fires. So she's rolling an extra dice because of the prepare shot. And she needs to get here a 14. This is a highway robber with no parry. So yeah, 14. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll be a 14 with no great successes. So she's just dealing 3 damage to him as well. And hits him. So that was cool. So she catches him, but he still comes running in at Hamfast. So here we go. First, I think we do the people, then the archers. So starting with Osmer, who's just enraged by this. He's going to go for Reginard. So Osmer is going to attack with his... he'll pull out his sword because he's so frustrated by having been struck, and he will attack Reginard. So he's gonna roll 3 dice, and he'll just go ahead and spend a resolve to roll an extra dice, and he's to hit Reginard's pretty high parry, I think, of 19. A 19 parry, because Osmer is bigger than him. So here we go. 19 to hit. Oh, that's going to be close. 6, 13. Oh my gosh. Let me just double check my math. 6, 11, 18. So he swings down, and Reginard just like dodge. And he's just so frustrated, like, swinging, totally, and just barely misses him at every turn. Tam, in anger at his master being struck and his master missing, is going to also use a resolve as he attacks, and he's rolling So he's a Southerner Raider is what he has. He has an axe. He's going to use his axe, not a short spear. He's going to use a deadly axe and come in and attack Reginard. He also needs a 19. Oh, let's see if poor Reginard can survive this. Hey, that's 12, 14. This one really helped us, so he didn't get a heavy blow on us. So he just pulls back and swings this huge blow. And Reginard just ducks and the blow just like whips right over his head, and he dodges it. Wow. And so now this guy, this highway robber, comes running in at Hamfast, and we don't really have like a stats for Hamfast. So I'm trying to think of what we should do for. I guess Hamfast should have a footpad stats, and so this guy should need to attack him. What does he need to hit though? I actually don't know about that. Like if they're attacking each other, let's see. I think a reasonable parry rank or like target number would be like, let's just say 14. I would think 14 to hit Hamfast. I think that would make sense to me. I'm not sure really what I'm going basing that off of. I would say maybe even 12. Let's just say 12. I think he just needs a 12 to hit Hamfast. He is going to spend a hate or resolve, I should say. So he gets another dice. But Hamfast is in defensive position, so he's going to remove one dice. So he's rolling this. He just needs to get a 12 to hit him. So let's see what happens here. Oh my gosh, 8. Let's go. 7, 9, 11. Just Hamfast just bravely clang, clang, protects himself against this robber who just like pushes him off and is just so frustrated that he's not getting to his kill. But now the archers, they look and they see how deadly Frerin and Amlaith were, so they're gonna aim their shots at them. So this robber is gonna shoot at Amlaith. He's going to, he'll spend a resolve, right? Yeah, he'll spend a resolve to attack Amlaith. So he's rolling normally 2 dice for his bow, gets 1 more from the resolve. He's got a feat dice, and he's shooting down at Amlaith, who has just a parry of, I think, like 16. 16 is what he has. So he needs to get a 16. Shoots down at him. Oh, shoot. 11, 6. That'll do it with the heavy blow or pierce. He can't turn this into a piercing blow. So he's just going to use that as a heavy blow, which means that in addition to the normal 2 damage, because he has an attribute level of 4, he'll deal 4 more damage. So an arrow just kind of catches Amlaith on the shoulder, not like deep into it, but just like hits against his leather corselet and he loses 6 endurance to this attack. That's not too bad. And then this footpad, he's not going to use a resolve because you really want to have 1 resolve left. Otherwise, if you have no resolve, then you, I think, are weary. And so he's not going to spend his resolve. He's going to go ahead and shoot at Frerin, though. And Frerin he's the one who has a low parry of 14. So here we go. He's a 14. Just gets a 6. Arrow just sticks in the ground stupidly. Totally misses there. Next round of combat. This is crazy. We had a great first round of combat there. Hamfast is totally going to stay in defensive position. And let's see. So there's now only 1, 2, 3 that are down here amongst us. And so I think that since these 2 are like in an unusual position of like they're in the tower, I think at this point we technically kind of outnumber them and can assign ourselves. I'm pretty sure. So I think that what we do here is Amlaith would go running after Osmer, and so he's going to attack him himself. Frerin is angrily going to come after what's his name? After Tam, who was attacking his friend Reginard. And then Reginard is going to swing around and come to the assistance of Hamfast. And Hamfast will, he has to engage with somebody. He's going to engage with, let's say he engages with this Tam, spins around and engages with Tam in a defensive position. And then Lôrwend, I think, will stay back, and she's not going to take cover or anything. She's going to just stay in rearward position, probably turn her gaze towards these guys, but we'll see. So that's our positions. So Amlaith in forward stance comes in after Osmer. And so he's rolling 3 dice plus 1 because of forward stance. And he's going to spend a hope again to get 1 more die. And he just wants to end this fight early if he can by taking down Osmer. Although who knows what they'll do with the wizard fallen. So he comes in, and let's see how their battle goes. Wow. So he totally succeeds with 2 successes. So that's crazy. So he can spend let's see, he gets we said it was 6 plus 1 because of Superior Grievous is 7. So he can do like 21 damage here. That's crazy. So he's going to totally just spend these as heavy blows. He's not going to try and mess around with doing piercing blows, because that would mean killing Osmer, which he really doesn't know what Osmer, like who Osmer is, right? Like he doesn't understand what all his motivations are. And Amlaith is open-hearted and justice-seeking, wants to believe in the best. So even though he's tempted for a moment to just kill Osmer, he turns and just basically strikes him down to bring him to ground without killing him. So, because I think that's the difference between endurance loss versus piercing wound. I'm gonna roll on the telling table to make sure he actually does that. But again, it's gonna be I have certainty that he wouldn't do this. So it'd only be on an Eye of Sauron that Amlaith would decide, no, I need to kill this deceiver, this person who's so evil that he would take Hamfast away. A 1. So he gets so close to, it needed to be a 1 or more to succeed. So just an eye would have been the only failure. But he for the closest moment he imagines just taking Osmer's head off or whatever, or just stabbing him through the gut. Instead, he just cuts across his shoulder, cuts him down again, and smacks him with the hard edge of his blade, the flat edge of his blade, and just kind of thunk in the face, takes this guy out, breaks his teeth. He's like, "Ugh!" and falls down. And Osmer's defeated. Osmer is knocked out. That's crazy. Defeated. We'll step him away. And so he's knocked down. Tam just absolutely is flipping out because his master has fallen. But Frerin has no time for that. He's just going to take him down. He's going to spend a hope. He's got plenty of hope, so he's going to spend a hope to get another die. He wants to take down this snake Tam, this loyal soldier. So he just comes up and tries to take him down before he can kill him fast or do anything else like that. Gets a Gandalf, so that's a piercing blow. Woof. So he actually, like, he sees the hate in Tam's eyes. And he just, like, and Tam actually, like, comes at Frerin as well, like, with this, like, just hateful stabbing at him. So Frerin has no choice but to, like, knock down and just, like, swing this piercing blow at Tam. So what he's doing is he's dealing 8 damage from his great axe. Tam is a southerner raider, so he gets so he loses 8 health. So he takes 8 endurance loss, but he has 8 left. And he only has 1 might, but he's gonna spend a resolve to spend a resolve to get an extra dice on his no, he's not gonna spend a resolve. He wants to hold on to these because if he survives this roll or this attack, he can spend 1 for an extra dice and 1 for his fierce ability to make his attack favored, so he can attack Hamfast and try and kill him. So he like stabbing at Frerin, then looks with hatred at Hamfast, like he wants to kill Hamfast. And so Frerin's blow comes sweeping across him as he looks with hatred at Hamfast. And so he needs to make a protection roll, which is going to be 2 dice. He needs to get it's a really high roll. It's a 20 is his injury rating on this axe. So he needs to get a 20 here to not be killed. Oh my gosh. No, it's not. It's a 19. 14 plus 5, 19. So Frerin, is trying to survive from these stabs of Tam. Tam looks over with hatred. Frerin just swings and just imagine his axe just like bone crunching slams into like the upper chest of Tam, like not in his neck but like just under, like absolutely embeds his axe into his chest and just like a splurt of blood just gah, as he's just taken down and brought to ground with his sword like still like fiercely stabbing out at Hamfast as he's brought to ground and killed instantly in this moment. So Tam is killed. So Tam's the only one who's actually been physically killed. I don't think there's any moral ramifications of that. But again, the game says like if you kill someone who has resolve, not hate, it's possible that there would be like a moral issue there. I don't think there was. The situation clearly showed that Frerin was acting in both not only self-defense but in defense of another person who is absolutely committed to attacking even after his leader was taken down. So that's Frerin. Whoa. Reginard now coming after this highway robber. He sees the battle is going well, and he's inspired. So he actually with this round, everyone's inspired by Amlaith's speech. So actually, if you spend a hope, you get 2 dice. So he's gonna spend another hope. He's inspired. He's gonna get 2 dice, and so he's rolling 5 dice and a feat die to fight this robber. So Reginard still needs a 16 though, which is no joke. Let's see. Oh man, this is close. He gets exactly a 16, and the highway robber has no parry, so we're good. Is that exactly? Yeah, that's exactly a 16. So he gets it with a great success, and so he deals 7 more damage to this guy, but he only has what's it called? That's 10 damage on him. Does not kill him though. He has 16 endurance, so this guy is still alive. So he stabs at him. Gosh, he should have spent 1 to make it ill-favored probably. In fact, Lôrwend then is now deciding, do I take him out before he attacks Reginard, or do I actually just point up there and take down the bowman? I think she's going to turn and take down this guy. So she's rolling a bunch of dice, and so she's rolling the C. Well, she can do a prepare. Yeah, she's gonna spend a hope. Let's see, she's 2 heart only. No, she's not gonna spend a hope yet. She's gonna just roll for her scan. So her scan is like this. She's a free scan because of deadly archery. Let's go. She succeeds with a 6. That means 2 extra dice on her roll. So now in her attack roll, she has 2 extra dice, and she's gonna spend a hope to add 2 more dice because she's inspired. This is gonna be an absolutely deadly shot on this guy. It's crazy. Like 7 dice, 7 success dice. Oh my gosh, a lot of bad dice. 12 is still enough to do it. Yeah, I mean, totally hits him still with a bunch of 1s and 3s and 4s. But no 6s, no, 9 or 10 or anything, which is fine. She didn't need to kill him. She just shoots and like absolutely incapacitates this guy as she deals the last. Wait, hang on. Did that do it? No, it didn't kill him. That's hilarious. That's so funny because she only does 3 damage with her bow normally. She really needed to get a 6 to do like a heavy blow or a piercing blow, or she needed to roll a 9 or a 10 or a Gandalf. That was not enough to do it. That was like 3 more damage, but this guy's not dead. He still has 3 health left, I think. That's crazy. So an arrow hits him. He's like, gah! And he's still not defeated. And so now it goes to them. He's going to attack Reginard. He swings with with great resolve. Spends a resolve to attack Reginard. So he's rolling 3 dice with his spear, +1 because of his resolve, and he needs to get a 19 here. Swings a deadly blow at Reginard. Oh my gosh, that's exactly a 19 with the 6, so he can spend that as a heavy blow. So he catches Reginard on the shoulder and kind of spins Reginard to the ground. So Reginard is taking, that should be 7 damage from this dude. So 7 damage down to 15. By the way, I totally forgot I meant to have the party have some amount of fatigue, and I was going to reduce it by like a travel roll, but I'm just going to split the difference and say that they all have 4 fatigue. So Reginard has 4. There's 4 here. I don't think anyone is weary yet, but let's just double check. Amlaith, who did take a hit, 13. No, he's fine. No one's weary yet, so they're all good in that regard. And the archers now shoot. So this highway bowmen, they're just enraged that the battle has gone so poorly, and so I think they're both gonna let's see. No, he shoots at Frerin, who his friend, Tam was killed by. So he shoots at Frerin. Needs to get a 14. Yeah, 14. He gets a Gandalf, which is bad for him. It's a 0, so he misses. He's gonna shoot at Amlaith, who needs a 16 to hit him. Oh, he gets it. Yep. So so that's exactly enough to get Amlaith, and but it's just gonna be a total of, that bow is just 3 damage to Amlaith. So another arrow on Amlaith. He goes down from 20 to 17, and he only has between load and fatigue, it's 13. So he's almost weary. He's very, very close to being weary. But that was their shots. And so now at this round of combat, I'm trying to think if they give up or not. Like we turn, like we're ready to take these guys down and do what we need to do. But do they just like surrender or not. I'm thinking Amlaith like spins around, looks around, like looks up at them and says like, do you surrender? And and surrender, or like, maybe even says like, surrender or risk your lives for this fool laying on the ground, is what he says. So let's see. I would say it's likely that the rest of them give up here. And so I'm going to say on a 6 or more, they give up. Otherwise, they keep fighting. 9. So they give up. They just are like, duh. And they just, the bowmen pull down their bows. This guy who's just been, swinging at Reginard just caught him down. He's standing over Reginard, but he looks and he sees Lôrwend has her arrows pointed at him. Frerin has a bloodied axe with he has to like crunchingly pull out of Tam's chest. Amlaith is walking around with Estelang stretched out in his hand, and he just like lowers his spear and drops it on the ground and gives up. And so we take them. We're like, come down, and we'll see what needs done. So they come down, and basically like they're all like grumpy and starting to like, as we talk to them, they're like starting to come to their senses of like, yeah, like this guy's like, oh man, like genuinely I thought for a while that I was on the right side. I thought Osmer, like I thought he was the wizard. Like I thought he was the good wizard. He told us all about the evil wizard who could cast a spell on us to make us think that we were that we were in the wrong, and but if we did, that would just be a trick and sorcery of the enemy. And so I thought he was the one. I thought he was the real wizard. And these guys were like, yeah, well, it was pretty clear he was just another one of us outlaws with a silver tongue. So you can't speak for ourselves for that, to be honest. And Handfast is like shaking his head like he's almost like, he's Osmer had no actual magical powers, and yet in a sense you could say that he had cast a spell over Handfast, and Handfast seems to be shaking off the effects of this spell, and seems to almost like hit his head and be like, oh, stupid, like how could I have been so stupid? And Frerin's like, easy there, like it's okay, like mistakes happen. It's easy to be carried away by honeyed words. And so he comforts Handfast, and yeah, they bind them up. So I'm thinking that they bind up these 3. They bind up how many more did they defeat? There's these 3. There's Osmer, of course. Tam is laying there, bloodied and dead. The other footpad dude, he was knocked out, and then there was Bregel as well. Bregel was also taken down, knocked out, unconscious. So there's a bunch of ruffians, 6 different people who are tied up. 3 of them like knocked out and like barely coming to their senses right now. The other 3 are in perfectly fine condition. This one was quite close to falling over, but they're fine. They're all bound. They're all getting bound up, and then the party is trying to decide what to do now. Of like, what do we do? So I think they're gonna bring them all in and like tie them up and then kind of string them together in the tower as they decide what to do. and they're being just annoying and such, and so much so that like even Amlaith, good-hearted Amlaith, is like, I'm sorry, but we can't have this. You guys are foul-mouthed and mouthing off at us. You're done. You're all getting gagged. So they all get gagged, and none of them can speak. 3 of them are still like barely coming to their senses, but the other 3 are all gagged now, and they protest wildly as they begin to be gagged, but we gag them up. We're like, no, we can't have this. We can't even think straight with because you won't shut up. And so we come in and we kind of explore the tower. So the wizard's tower, we go up, and clearly like, the upper room was Osmer's room, like the wizard's tower, where his personal domain. He's stashed his wizardly accoutrements. He's got some jars filled with colored water. It's a pile of old books that, on examination, turn out to be old ledgers from the Forsaken Inn. And there's some chalk for inscribing mystic diagrams and runes. And there's a sack of fireworks from Dale, as well as the proceeds of previous outlawry. So there's actually a lesser hoard here, which we can actually discover what is in this. So for discovering a lesser hoard, we can see how much money there was here. And if it belongs to someone else, we can figure that out at some point. But so we roll 1 success die to see what the value of it is. 3. So there's a value of 3 treasure per player. And then we roll the feat die twice to see if there's any special objects in it. Oh my gosh, there's a Gandalf. So there was a special item. So first let me roll or add the treasure. So 3 treasure. I'm gonna say it's like, there's probably I'm gonna put 3 right here for now, next to whatever amount we have, because this will, for right now, this counts towards our load, unless we were to say that any of this was like a special item, like that green crystal ring that we had found in the other hoard. But for now, it's gonna be 3 treasure. But we now also have some kind of magical treasure was also in this hoard. So on this table, we're gonna roll a die to see what there is. A 2 means a marvelous artifact. This is an enchanted object graced by a blessing. And let's see what this is. So for a marvelous artifact, we're going to see what is its blessing. What does it bless? Let's see. 2 is going to bless movement skills. Which movement skill is it going to be? A 3 is going to be travel. So this is either like a magical, staff, or a belt, or boots. So staff, belt, or boots. Interesting. What do we want here? What would we want? Staff, belt, or boots for travel? I'm thinking that there actually is a walking staff that no, not a walking staff. There's actually really well crafted boots is what it is. These seemingly like magically crafted boots of dwarven make. And Frerin actually picks them up. It's unusual that Frerin, he's not really interested in the rest of the treasure, but he sees these boots and he says, "What are these?" and picks them up. And these are he says these were made in Erebor. These are dwarven boots made by my kin in the mountains. And he looks at them and thinks what poor dwarf was waylaid by these ruffians and you know, these are taken from him. So he takes them and sort of like holds them in a moment of silence, just thinking on who it was that might have been taken from. But he takes them and he just like immediately pulls off his like tired old boots that have really been around the block, pulls them on, and they fit great. And they are gonna have a blessing towards travel, which I forget if that has to be like unlocked or not, but he's gonna take those for himself. So he has let's pull this up. He's got a bunch of stuff, but he has now these gosh, I'll just say magical boots of Erebor for now. We can decide if we want to call them anything more specific, but magical boots of Erebor, and gonna have travel is the ability that they gain from it. And everyone's just sort of looking through and they're speaking together as the up in the wizard's tower, and they're just considering what to do. They're like, we have 6 outlaws to bring back to face justice in Bree or in Staddle or wherever the jurisdiction that should be handling these. That's 6 outlaws for the 4 of us and Hamfast to take back. What will be our move here? Like, do we bring them back? I think Amlaith has a quick moment of, I don't think we can bring them back to Farrell's. I think we need to begin to head back on the east road, head west, and just take them with us. And one of us can run up to Farrell's. 1 or 2 of us can run up and let him know that the outlaws have been stopped. But I don't want him to get his hands on them, because there's no telling what Farrell and his sons would do in anger toward them for having attacked and poisoned their dogs and everything. So for their own sakes, for the sake of the prisoners, we can't bring them to Farrell's. And so the company is just sort of disheartened by this thought, though, because as much as they really didn't enjoy being at Farrell's, it would be nice to have one more place they could stop before heading home. It could be a good place to spend the first night, because night is rapidly approaching already as they sit here, and it just doesn't make sense to go. Like, how far can we actually go? They're discussing, like, they start pulling out some of Reginard's maps, and they're up in the wizard's tower and just poring over these maps. And as the night is approaching, they start to hear just more and more kind of kicking and banging and groans and as much sound as the outlaws can make in their gagged state from down below is sort of disturbing them as they're pouring over this map and trying to think of the best way to get home safely with all these outlaws in tow. And finally, Lôrwend is just like, would you please be quiet? And she sort of steps to the stairs to look down and call down to them, like, please, shut up. And they're like on the steps as she like looks to or not on the steps, but in the area here by the outlaws, her blood runs cold as she sees, as the night has fallen, this woman is standing there, and she's over top of one of the outlaws, and her face turns and cranes up and looks with this horrifying visage at Lôrwend. And she realizes that she's looking at a white. She's looking at a undead person, and she just yells this like shout. It's not even like a word. It's just like this elven shout that none of the company has even heard before. And she immediately pulls an arrow and starts to descend the stairs, and the whole party grabs their weapons and runs to assist her, and all of them are just shook at this sight of this woman, and they can see that there's like blood all over her I wouldn't even call it like a mouth, because it's been such a long undead face that it's not even clear that she's can eat or anything, but she has blood kind of covering her mouth and face and chest, and two of the outlaws, two of the outlaws have been mauled by this creature. And so I'm thinking that who got mauled? Let me think, because the possibilities are there was a footpad, there was a dude, there was Brechtel, there was Osmer, there was another footpad and a dude. We'll just say that it was one of both of them. So it was not yet Osmer, it wasn't Bregel, but it was one of the like seasoned sort of bloodthirsty ruffians, and one of the more like tricked, closer to being innocent new recruits had both just gotten mauled by this creature. And so we're going to engage in combat again. So what's happened here is that there is, unbeknownst to us, and they knew something of what was going on here, but down in this cellar, there's a tomb of an Arnorian warrior who's called Gwendaith. And she was here, and there was a tomb that was once stood on display here in down in the basement of this tower, but it's now buried beneath the accumulated dirt of nearly 3,000 years. Her body was preserved using the arts of the ancient Numenorians, and her casket sealed, so her remains are still intact. But we're realizing now, like we've had that vision of that walking shadow and everything, something, basically we're putting two and two together, that an evil spirit from the hill of fear that we've been dreaming of now inhabits those remains. This is a new white, not an old barrow white from the days of Arthedain, but a fresh horror called up by the growing power of the hill of fear. And it's been sealed for now, in this casket, but it's been digging its way out, scratch by scratch, inch by inch. It digs itself out of the grave to walk the night and bring despair to mortals. And it is now, risen up. I don't know if it's left its place ever before. You can see it here, the picture. But it has certainly now raised up. I think that the ruffians have been hearing more and more in the days like leading up to this, especially the last night when the adventurers were only like a mile or so away. They were hearing scratching noises in the basement, and they were kind of freaked out by what that could possibly be, but they didn't have reason to like abandon the tower yet. And so they saw it coming as they were gagged and bound below, and two of them just got horribly killed. So here we go. We are fighting this long dead Gwendaith. She has, let's see, 20 endurance, 1 might, 5 hate, 2 armor, 0 parry. She has a chilling touch, so she'll roll 2 dice. But if she hits 5 damage. And she has a seize ability if she wants to. She's a denizen of the dark, so all attack rolls are favored while in darkness. This not in darkness. There's candles and such here, and it's not fully nighttime yet. Dreadful spells. She can spend a hate to make one player hero gain 3 shadow points. Wow. Targets who fail their shadow test or who are miserable fall unconscious and may be roused only with a song roll. What? That's crazy. But she only has 5, so she can only do that. Well, no, she can do that. I'm assuming once per round. Dreadful spells. Spend 1 hate to make 1 hero. I'm assuming that she probably just could do that once per round. Hate sunlight. The creature loses 1 hate at the start of each round if it is exposed to the full light of the sun. That's not happening. Deathless. She can spend a hate to cancel a wound. She can spend 1 hate to reset to full endurance if reduced to 0 endurance. It's ineffective against player heroes wielding a Bane weapon, which we are very lucky to have a Bane weapon in Esteling. So that's going to be helpful for killing her. She's unaffected by the Intimidate Foe combat action unless a magical success is obtained. And finally, Thing of Terror. At the start of the first round of the battle, all player heroes in sight of 1 or more creatures with this ability gain 2 shadow points, dread. Those who fail their shadow test are daunted and cannot spend hope for the rest of the fight. Oh, okay. Cannot spend hope for the rest of the fight. That's brutal. So let's have, this is Gwendaith will be G. And then there's just all of us. And Hamfast is still, he was like sitting in the corner of that room up there with us, and he didn't see any of this happening. But now he's like back behind us for now. So he's hopefully kind of out of the fray. But in this moment, I'm thinking that, I'm thinking that Amlaith just descends the stairs with like purpose and with confidence, kind of like swiftly, but not, running, descends the stairs. Imagine almost like a slow motion walk as Lôrwend preps her arrows, and Frerin and Reginard like sort of flanking Amlaith on both sides as we approach this long dead Gwendaith. So here we go. We are fighting Gwendaith. So first of all, we need to make that Thing of Terror ability thing. So it's dread. So this is a valor roll. So for Frerin, is he affected by this? Let's spend a fellowship to get a favored. Let's just spend fellowship for everyone, I think. No, let's spend fellowship for Frerin. So he's going to get a favored roll here, and he's going to spend a hope. So he's going to be rolling these, and he needs to get this is valor, this is heart. So Frerin needs a 16. Oh my gosh, terrible roll. He fails. So he is daunted, and which means that he cannot spend hope for the rest of this fight. So Frerin is daunted and takes 2 shadow. Jeez. 2 shadow. We're going to say Amlaith is going to just roll 1 die. He's got the 2 from Valor. He will spend a hope to get 1 more dice. And hopefully he will be fine. He just needs to get 13. Oh my gosh. Gets an I, but he rolls 14 with 2 successes. So I think he actually can reduce that by 1 additional 1. And I don't think the other one can do anything for this. I don't think you can help someone else with their test, because this has specifically the ability of extra successes means it reduces the shadow. So he takes no shadow from that. That's awesome. And he's not daunted. Reginard is going to spend a hope. Yeah, he spends a hope. And he's not going to spend a fellowship yet, I think. He'll just roll this. He needs to get a 15. That's enough. That's exactly a 15 with a success. So he steals himself in the face of this horror. And he takes no shadow, which is awesome because he definitely needed to not take shadow there. And finally, Lôrwend shook here. She's gonna spend that fellowship to get a favored roll. She just has 1 dice. She needs to get an 18. Yeah, she'll do that. So she'll spend the fellowship, hoping to get a Gandalf symbol, basically, is what she's going for. And so here we go. Is there some light of blessing that helps her to stand against this? No. She gets a 12, and so she'll take 2 shadow, and she's also daunted now. So daunted and takes 2 more shadow. She's up to 6 shadow, and she only has 8 hope. So if she takes 2 more shadow, she is going to be miserable. So let's see. How's that? Dreadful spells. If they fail their shadow test or who are miserable. Whoa. Okay, so as we approach, I'm thinking that, Lôrwend holds back on the stairs. The 3 of us are going to, I think, all go ham in forward position against this undead creature, and ham fast in the back. But Gwendaith, as we approach her, she looks up at Lôrwend and casts this dreadful spell. So what she's going to do is she's going to spend a hate. So we're going to say she has 5 hate, right? So 5 hate. She's going to spend a hate to cast a dreadful spell to make 1 player hero gain 3 shadow points of sorcery. Targets who fail their shadow test or who are miserable fall unconscious and may be roused only with a song roll. So she's going to immediately gain 3 shadow. She has a chance to reduce that. She can't spend hope because she's daunted. She can use another fellowship to get a favored roll. So she will. This is down to 3 now on fellowship. But she's rolling. This is with sorcery. I believe this is a wisdom roll. So she does have 2 wisdom. So she'll have 2 dice and 2 feat dice, and is also against her wits, not her heart. So she just needs a 13. But if she unless she gets a success, she's still gonna have 8. Because she's getting 3 shadow. A success means she reduces that by 1, which would be she still have 8 shadow. She only has 8 hope, so she will be miserable, which means she'll fall unconscious. So if she either fails this roll or only succeeds without getting a 6, then she's gonna fall unconscious. So here we go. Lôrwend, absolutely pierced by this dreadful spell. Oh no! So she succeeds. So she reduces that shadow by 1, but she still goes to 8 and 8. And so she, miserable, falls, just tumbles, and actually I'm thinking like falls quite hard, like kind of rolls down the steps behind us, at least a few of the steps behind us, and falls unconscious and strewn on the steps here. Poor Lôrwend. We're gonna have to do a song roll to rouse her. Oh my gosh. I'm assuming you can do that in combat if you used like an action, right? I think you could, but I don't know someone can muster the courage to do that. I'll think about that. So Lôrwend falls on the ground. I'm thinking that Amlaith is just turns back towards Gwendaith and strikes out with his sword. So the bane of undead. This is the unyielding hope, Estelang, and he just cries out, Estelang, Estelang, and Gwendaith seems to sort of blanch with a craven fear as this sword is raised against her, and he brings it down. He is undaunted, so he can roll a dice. He rolls 3 dice, 1 more because of his position, and he's going to spend a hope to get 1 more. So he goes to, he does. Goes up to 6. He goes, Estelang, Estelang. And before he actually does that, he raises that and says that, and that's going to be a rally ability. So he's going to use his royalty reveal, which is once per combat. He can make a hearten roll. So he's going to be rolling currently 5 plus this, but he's going to roll a hearten roll to help everyone in this stance next round get an extra die and be inspired on their rolls. That's a bad roll. Oh my gosh. 7, 8, 10. My gosh. That could not have been much worse. He failed. He goes, Estelang, Estelang. But it's almost as if his cries just like, even though they're right by him, the fear of Gwendaith is just such that like it's almost like you can imagine him like mouthing the word Estelang and no word is speaking. It's almost like she like with a sly smile almost like silences what he's saying, and that but then he brings his sword down and strikes her, this horrible undead thing. Here we go. Oh my gosh, gets an Eye of Sauron, but he's getting a 10, 15, 17. That's enough to hit with a great success. So what he's going to do is, I'm sure, a heavy blow. So he would normally do 6 damage. It's +1 because of Superior Grievous, so it's 7. It's 2-handed. He's got 6, so this is 14 hit points. So he just strikes her, and she's like, ah! And she genuinely looks scared because this is now, she's taken 14 out of her 20 endurance in that one strike from Amlaith. And so what else does she do? Let's see. I'll make sure that's right. She can reset. Shoot. You can spend hate to reset to full endurance, unless they're wielding a Bane weapon. So probably should let someone else hit her first. That was a mistake on our part. Reginard is going to now stab up at her. Let's see what he's got. He is daunted, I believe, right? He's the one who's not daunted. So he is going to, with a shout, attack her. He's going to roll just 3 dice. And yeah, let's spend a hope to get 1 more. And he actually gets 1 more from his position. So let's spend a hope. I don't think you really want to spend any more hope than this. He's really close to being miserable as well. So he's going to roll all these and strikes out for Lôrwend and the company. And that'll do it. That is a hit. It's going to hit with a great success. So he's going to deal 7 damage with Knee Biter and stabs into her. But she would spend her hate to just restore to full health with a gruesome smile. She is unaffected, basically. And then Frerin sees this and just whips his axe across at her. He has this many dice. Is 4 + 1 because of the forward stance. He's rolling all of these. And he just needs to get like a 14, I think it is. Let's see. Wow. Wow, this is going to be great for him. He's getting, he needs to get 14. He got a 9 here. So what he could do is he's got a decision here. He could do 8 damage. He's going to do 8 damage. But does he do another like 7 damage from his two-handed axe using a heavy blow? Or does he do a piercing blow? I think he wants to do the 7 damage. So you can do a heavy blow. So just a heavy blow on her body. Thunk. And she's going to go down to basically 5. So she says 15 damage on her body. She has 5 more health. But of course she has her deathless ability. And that is the company. Oops, sorry, I'll use this one. That is the company and their moves. So now she will attack. And what she's going to do is she's going to use her chilling touch to attack. Let's see. Who does she want to attack? I think she wants to attack Amlaith because he's, the bearer of the sword, and he's the closest to being weary. So he is going to, oh no. Yeah. Okay, wow. Okay, so she's going to attack Amlaith first. So she's rolling 2 dice, plus 1 because of they're in forward stance, and she just needs to get a 16. So she reaches out with a chilling touch, and she rolls a 5, 10, oh my gosh, 22, which is with a chilling touch. And what she's going to do is, that's going to be it's going to be 5 damage plus 5 because of 2 heavy blows. So she just like grips onto him and just absolutely like pulls him to the floor, and he is like growing ice cold. He goes from 17 endurance down to 2 endurance. Oh my gosh. So now he is weary, and he's almost knocked unconscious by this as she just pulls him down to the floor. Wow, that's brutal. That is brutal. So next round of combat, I think that we're all going to stay in open stance. Lôrwend is lying unconscious. And as it starts up, Gwendaith is actually going to turn her attention for a moment towards Reginard and sort of cocks her head in this awful, horrific, scary way at Reginard. And Reginard or Frerin? Let's see. Yeah, no, because Frerin's not close to being. He's got plenty of hope and not much shadow. So she cocks her head at Reginard, who's going to take 3 shadow from, because he's going to spend a hate, takes 3 shadow from her dreadful spells. So he has to make a sorcery test to prevent this. So similarly to Lôrwend, he has to get a great success here. Otherwise, he will also fall unconscious if he either, if he's miserable at that point. So he's going to roll. Let's see. He is not weary, so that's good. He's rolling 2 dice normally. He can't spend a hope because that would not work. So he just has to roll this, and they could use a fellowship point. I think this is for wits. He's a 15. Yeah, he's going to spend a fellowship point, which we had a few left, 3 left. So you're going down to 2 fellowship points to make this roll favored because of Gandalf's patron ability. So this is his roll. He needs to get a 15, and he needs a great success. Otherwise, he falls also under her power. Oh no! So he gets the success. So he only takes 2 shadow, but he's down. He's now miserable, and also falls unconscious to the power of Gwendaith. Oh my gosh! He just topples over, and that is Reginard also falling unconscious. Oh my gosh. We are in trouble here. So now we have Amlaith, who's weary and on death's door as well. And then there's Frerin, the hope of Frerin. So here, she only has 5 left. So if Amlaith can hit her, her deathless ability does not count against his Bane weapon. And so he will defeat her. So he, in his wearied state, lunges forward with the blade, attempting to take down this horrific specter. So he's got a feat die. And this is the second round. So now in this second round, actually, he should have, did he spend a hope? I think he did spend a hope. He should have had an extra die from, did he spend a hope? No, he didn't spend a hope because we said he couldn't spend a hope. Everyone is inspired though by his rally thing and getting 1 more dice. So a ton of dice. He normally would have 3. It's 1 more from the forward stance, 1 more from the rally comrades ability that he used. He's also inspired, so he's gonna spend, I think he can spend a hope. Yeah, he's gonna spend a hope, which brings him down to 5 hope. And he's almost miserable as well. So that's going to give him 2 more dice because he's inspired. So he's rolling a ton of dice. He needs to, but he's weary. So 1, 2s, and 3s are 0s. And he needs to hit just a 14. So here we go. Needs to hit a 14 to strike this creature down. Otherwise, I don't know what's going to happen. Here we go. So he gets a 5. Oh my gosh, I think we got it because these all fall away. He gets a 25 altogether with an extraordinary success. So he just stretches out and stabs this sword Estelang through Gwendaith's chest, her bloody chest that's covered in the blood of her victims that she's just killed. And she just, with a moan and a howl, just this horrible spirit leaves the body, and it collapses on the floor, sort of shivering and spasming. And as this dark spirit howls and leaves the body and sort of is shattered into 1,000 little spiritual pieces of broken shadows wisping away in the wind, and it doesn't even seem to go back north. The spirit seems to go to all 4 corners of the wind as it's shattered and spread about and reduced to nothing, and her body collapses on the floor. Oh my gosh. Wow. So Amlaith is so close to being fully out of it. That was insane. He had two endurance left. He only had a 2 hope to shadow difference before he was miserable. The following turn, she could have spent a hate to look at him and make him fall as well. So that was insane. Hamfast is completely, luckily he was mostly didn't see her, but just even what he saw of it, he just looks ghostly white and seems to not even be able to handle what happened at all. And all the prisoners are just shaking and have just basically peed themselves. Like they're just horrified and huddled in the corner, as far as their like bound legs could take them. And so what do we do now? I mean, let's see. Frerin and Amlaith like turn exhausted and turn to Lôrwend and Reginard, who are both unconscious, and they have to make a successful song roll to help them recover. So what happens here? I'm assuming they bend over them. Amlaith is like attempting to like pull out his knucklebone of King Argaleb, and like wants to like tries to like, you know, like how can I heal them? How can I heal them? And Frerin like takes his shoulder and says like, this isn't like they don't need like, you know, what's the word? They don't need any help that hands can offer. It's not their bodies that are suffering, it's their spirits. And Amlaith, you know, looks over at Frerin, and Frerin just sort of Frerin just bows his head and then just begins to intone a song. And what song would... Yeah, he intones this song. Like... And he just starts to sing this hymn. And yeah, I don't know what hymn he would sing. I'm almost imagining that he would sing a song like the Song of Pippin in Return of the King, of just this sort of droning song of trying to sort of breathe life back into them by speaking of something that's like that they can hold on to, something that's stable. And all that he can think of is that for each of them, you know, something about the home they've all left behind is on his mind. So the song that comes to him is sort of like, home is behind, the world ahead, and there are many paths to tread, through shadow to the edge of night, until the stars are all alight. Mist and shadow, cloud and flame, all shall fade, all shall fade. And he makes this song roll. And so he's rolling. There's going to be a song roll. I sang for you guys, so I'm going to give myself a success dice just for doing that, actually singing it, not just doing the skill test. He's going to spend a hope to get another success die as he just leans into what hope remains to him. He pulls out his mouth organ as well, and after he like sings it, he's like he used that to to get like the tone of it, so he had like a good singing of it, so he gets an extra die from that. And then he's going to, let's see what that was normally his, that's all his dice, except for it's also a favored roll for him, so he gets to choose one of these fate dice. So this is his roll, and he's trying to wake both of his friends, pull them back from the darkness. Let's see, what is this? So there's a 4 and a 4. So the best he can take is the 4. He gets 10, 18. He needed a 14. He gets it. And both of his friends just begin to stir quietly. And Amlaith, with tears in his eyes, embraces both of them and sort of pulls them to himself. And he says, come back from the darkness. And draws them to himself. And sort of just like kneeling there, like weeping, and just realizing how much his friends mean to him, how much the company means to him, and how close they were to all losing their lives in this tower tonight with this horrific undead creature. And so they come to their senses, and they just trying to shake off the shadow, but they are just like white as ghosts themselves, and like there is not much they can do. Frerin and Amlaith rush to start a fire, and they call up to Handfast, like, Handfast, do something helpful. Start a fire. Handfast, some color comes back to his face. He runs down the steps and gets a fire started. He knows where everything is. He gets it going, and they sort of lead Lôrwend and Reginard over to the fire. And then Amlaith and Frerin, with a shutter, pick up the corpse, bring it downstairs, and try to lay it to rest again in its open casket, and close the casket and sort of spend a moment there to pray that it would rest in peace again. And they actually find down in the coffin, there is actually, let's see, what is it? There's a lesser hoard of grave goods and ancient Arnorian treasures that can be found beneath the casket. And so what I'm thinking is that we'll roll to see how much treasure per player there was. 4. Wow. So 4 more treasure per player. And they will, but I'm gonna say it's like I'm just gonna say all, like, so it's 4 times 4, 16. All of that is gonna just be in this this like one like beautiful Numenorian bracelet that is of elvish make, and has like these interesting like ruby shards in it. And they look at it, and they can tell like it's not cursed or anything. It's fine. They draw it forth, and you know what? I'm trying to think if they should decide if I would ask, like, if I was asking a lore master, I'd say, like, is this like okay for them to take? I'm trying to think of why it would be or would not be. It seems kind of wrong to like take from the grave, but also I don't know. I kind of feel, you know what? No, I'm not even gonna ask the lore master. I think that Frerin pulls it up and he's like, yeah, I care not for gold, but like I know for our friend Lôrwend, and you know, I don't know if it matters that the dead keep this. And Amlaith sort of takes his hand and that sort of pushes it back down into the grave and says, it matters to me. And so he pushes it down and leaves the bracelet in the tomb with the body of Gwendaith, and they close it back up. And so that night they sleep pretty fitfully, but they take turns. They try to like be as strategic about it as possible to get as good a night of sleep as they can. And in the morning they rise. They feed the prisoners as well as they can, and they ungag them, by the way, and they begin to protest and yell, and they say, like, there's just nothing they can really say, though. They realize that it was all a freak thing that happened, and they were responsible for mouthing off at their captors, and it was just unfortunate that they happened to be gagged when Gwendaith first attacked. So they say they have nothing they can say. They fear being gagged again. So they hold their tongues. They are fed in the morning. Provisions are taken from the tower, and we leave the tower and head home. Amlaith and Reginard approach. No, I say actually Frerin and Reginard approach the house of Farrell and tell them the good news of the outlaws. They all look hungry to dispatch their own form of justice, but they say, sorry, we're already on our way. We're taking them back. And there's we have to do this as part of our job, is to bring them and bring them back to justice. And so they barely allow themselves to not try and go and deal out of harsher justice to the outlaws. They take them, and it's a journey back to Bree. They're brought home and bring back Hamfast to his family. Lucinda offers no reward other than her lifelong gratitude, and she confesses, I've been worried sick for all the time you've been gone. It's not that she thought that they would be unable to find and rescue her son, but she says, but I've just been having such strange, terrible dreams about a dark hill. And the players, the heroes all look at each other with a weary look, and just knowing that the hill still stands strongly in their minds and continues to affect them. And so we brought back those bandits. So of course Osmer and Bregel and the other outlaws are brought to justice. The other new recruit is pretty hastily acquitted of any serious wrongdoing, but along with Hamfast himself has to be acquitted. But the other three are had prices on their heads and have a lot of justice to face. And we may learn more about such justice and some more criminals in the next part. But that is the end of this part. And so I'm thinking that we have some fellowship time now in Bree, where we would recover. I haven't decided yet on how much skill points and adventure points we should get for that adventure. I was thinking at most 9, because I think this was a shorter one. Let's see, we had the attack, we had the other attack. Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna go really light on this one and just say 6 across the board for everyone. So everyone's only gonna get 6 more points awarded to them. And so there's that. And I think I'll just take some time to decide. I think it's been helpful to decide some of the fellowship phase things off camera and have some sort of thoughtful time. And I can next episode share more of what did they do during their fellowship time here. What did they take? What did they gain? What undertakings were there? And I think it would be next time it would be a Yule instead of a normal fellowship phase. And during Yule, I think that is where everyone gets their own undertaking instead of there just being, just the one and then the extra one for the company. So that is them. I'll have to reset all of their things here, but they survived Gwendaith. That certainly seemed they are gonna all gosh, I felt like that was I felt like that was quite strongly a strike against the enemy. I think that should remove. No, I think it's still just gonna be one shadow for now, unless I can be convinced to do that differently. I think just one shadow is gonna be removed from each of them. So normally you recover one shadow, and I think it's just gonna be just the one. So someone might need to take a shadow scar here soon, because the way that works is that if you ever get to your full, if you hit your max on shadow, you actually have to like pretty quickly, like during that same time, have to play out a bout of madness, and then you lose all of your current shadow, but you gain a flaw, and you move along your shadow path, and which is really could be eventually quite bad. Or if you look at him, he was down to 2. Before you hit your max, you could remove all your shadow and take a shadow scar. And a shadow scar counts as basically one. I'm sorry. I will have to look up what that was. It was just 3. So he's just going to take 1 down to 2. He just used so much. So I think he just gets 7 back. So he goes up to 12. So he's not quite at full hope. There's at least one fellowship left, actually. So he could use that to get his hope back. There we go. Sorry, I'm just working through all this stuff. And yes, so he has 4 hearts. So yeah, he's good. And he removes 1 shadow. Wow. It's really, I would say it's mainly probably Reginard who has taken the brunt of this. Reginard, I feel like, has had to do a number of tests that were quite crucial. He takes some pretty bold moves for the Fellowship, and then when he's turned those from failures into a success with woe, what's happened is oftentimes that has ended up being a shadow point or 2 extra that he's been acquiring. And so he's been particularly targeted by the shadow, and then of course Gwendaith also targeted him. So we'll see. We'll see if he either has a bout of madness, which would be sad, and he would take on the flaw of troubled, which would make sense, or if he takes a shadow scar at some point. He's only 6 away from that. So we will see. We'll see what happens next time. I haven't really looked at the next chapter, so we'll see what is in store. But thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And again, hopefully this was shorter than the last time, but we'll see what the runtime is. Can't be 4 hours, right? We'll see. Well, thanks for watching, and hope you tune in the future. Have a great day.